It's no secret that over the course of the second half of the 20th century, diesel and electric locomotives replaced the vast majority of dirty, labour-intensive steam locomotives. However, did you know that even today, steam locomotives are still being built and are still used in proper commercial, practical revenue service? In tonight's stream, I'd like to talk about all of these locomotives that are still in regular use on, on the railways of the world to this day in practical revenue service, as well as some of the steam locomotives built in the 21st century. So yeah, it should be an interesting stream tonight, guys. Hope you all enjoy it. Who have we got tonight? I'll just pour out my cider, and I'll see who we've got tonight. Hang on, let me see who we've got tonight. Secret. It's no secret. Alright, who have we got? Hello, Damo, Cool Gamer, Time Lad, BFDI Gamer Boy, Gardevoir, Rob, Golden Corridor, anyone else who might be there. Oh, and yeah, John Murray's not joining us tonight because his granddad's dead. Rest in peace. Alright. So yeah, tonight is 21st century steam locomotives. Right, hang on, let me just let everyone know that the stream started, and then we'll get right into it. Be easier for me to do this. Hello, Train Guy, nice to see you. You should find this stream interesting tonight. So tonight, guys, we're going to start off with some of the steam locomotives that are still in practical revenue service, so not running on heritage railways or pulling mainline rail tours. I mean in proper revenue earning practical service. We'll start with the passenger regional trains that run out of Wolsztyn in Poland. Oh. First, let me let everyone know that we've started. Godly Corridor, I am not playing Rejoin Simulator tonight. This is a themed live stream. This is dedicated to trains tonight. What buzz? Oh no, not the buzzing noises. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Oh god. What's going on with this microphone? It was fine when it started, and then... Yes, I know, Train Guy. We'll be talking about Prince of Wales during this stream as well. Hang on, let me try unplugging it, then plugging it back in. Alright, has that fixed it? Okay, it sounds like it has. So, as I was saying, guys, so the first thing we're going to talk about tonight is the Steam services out of Wolsztyn, Poland. Okay, good. Still there, train guy? Oh, you are still there, nice. Lovely. No, I don't. God, also that. Right. Oh, and I don't think I've sent it to Alden Milk Dud yet. Hang on a sec. Pardon me. Just a minute. Dirty person. God damn it. Right. So we'll probably be playing Roblox later, driving some of the new build steam locomotives on there, but first things first, though. Let's talk about the steam trains that run out of Wolsztyn. Parozonia. Here we are. Parozonia Wolsztyn. One of the last still functioning steam locomotive depots in the world. They don't run rail tours out of here, they run proper regional services on behalf of the local regional operator. Parozona Wolsztyn. I hope to go here one day. Right, let's translate this page. So at the moment, Zblazniak. I think that's how you pronounce it, Zblazniak. Oh shit. We'll have to ignore it. Well, yeah, we'll have to ignore it. Hello, MLP fan, nice to see you. I'm not doing that again. So... Zblazniak. Zblazniak. Okay, so from Wolsztyn to Zblazniak is the service that... Hello, Stan. Thanks, MLP fan. So Wolsztyn to Zblazniak is the service that's currently runs. This is, as I said, this is not a heritage railway timetable or a mainline rail tour. It's a proper revenue-earning service that operates on behalf of the local regional operator that's hauled by a steam locomotive. So until a few years ago, it used to be 2 return trips a day hauled by the steam locomotive from Wolsztyn to Leszno. Nowadays, it's just this Monday to Friday, single return trip per day, Wolsztyn to Zblazniec. Departing Wolsztyn at 2:15 and departing Zblazniec again at 15:37. Alright, nice. What's going on with this microphone? Saturdays, there's a longest service on Saturdays, return from Wolsztyn to Poznan, departing at 10:39, returning from Poznan at 15:44. It's a long journey from Wolsztyn to Poznan. Currently, there's no Sunday service with these steam trains. Still there, train guy? Hello, Spire and Cinder. That's alright, Spyro. Doesn't run in scheduled traffic Sundays and holidays. Poland mentioned. Oh, do you live in Poland, Godly Corridor? Right. So tough. Well, I mean, I guess. So yeah, this is pretty much one of the last revenue-earning, steam-hauled passenger trains, and this is not a tourist train. Let me repeat that. These services that run out of Wolsztyn these steam services that run out of Wolsztyn are not heritage or tourist trains. They're proper regional services that commuters and locals use that just so happen to be worked by steam locomotives. Isn't that amazing, guys? Still there, Stan? Right, now let's have a look at the steam locomotives they have. This PDF shows steam engines they have. Alright, hang on. Okay, Stan is still there, awesome. Come to Poland. About that, Godly Corridor, I am very likely going to Poland next year with my mum. Next summer, I really do want to go to Poland to travel on this steam-hauled revenue-earning service. Of course, it does have trains. We're looking at them right now. Talking about the very steam locomotives that run in Poland. Of course it has trains. Oh my lord. So yeah, Stan and Train Guy, if he's still there, what do you two think of these engines that still run in passenger service out of Wolsztyn? TYT 42. These look a lot like the Kriegslock locomotives that haul the coal trains in Bosnia, and we'll talk about those after this as well. The OL-49s. Parawazona have got a few of these 262 OL-49s preserved. They did say that one of their OL-49s should be back in service fairly soon. Oh, this is a nice one. Looks like this one's a TY223, TY51223. Aha, PT47. These 2A2 locomotives are they've currently got one of these running the Walston to Zablanskia service. Gaining a big liking, these Polish locomotives. There's even a few Polish shunters in here in the UK. PKH shunters. They're fairly big, but they're not American big. Eastern European steam locomotives are nice. Glad you think so, Stan. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is for me. All steam locomotives are nice. The OL49s and the PT47s are the two Polish steam locomotives I know the most at the moment. Pelikahinia. Yes. Also got TY45s. Yeah, they've got a very impressive collection. I'm not too sure how many of each of these engines Parawazona owns, but it's a good range. 16 people watching, lovely stuff. OK1-OK1s. Seems they've got a few OL49s. A couple of PT47s. Hello, Joe. Nice to see you. We're just talking about some of the steam locomotives owned by Parawazona in Wolsztyn, Poland. One of the last places in the world where practical steam-hauled trains used regularly by commuters and locals still run out of. Stan sent something, hang on. He sent something on Discord. Oh, this is interesting. It's about German locomotives. Black Forest in Western Germany in the late 1960s. 3 cylinders. Yes, we will also be talking about some German locomotives as well. No fewer than 29 classes were brought into service between 1925 and 45. Yeah, lovely, Stan. Been to see the B1 earlier, Mayflower? You're going to see Mayflower with Duke of Gloucester? Wait! Are Mayflower and Duke of Gloucester going to be doing a double-headed rail tour soon? If so, that would be amazing! So yeah, they've got a good range of preserved engines, Parawazona. Now, it's fitting that I'm doing this stream today, because I recently found out that basically everything in it, nice. Awesome. Because very recently, that PT47 I said was currently running the steam haul trains has recently returned to service following being out of service for about 4 months for repairs. Wait, they're double heading today? Oh my god, you've got to send me footage of that, train guy. That would be amazing. Well, I am going to go through Poznan on my way to Wolsztyn. So I'll be going through Poznan on my way to Wolsztyn. Then I'll be spending a couple days in Wolsztyn. And then me and my mum will probably carry on to Warsaw. Now, where's the, hang on. That's lovely. Hang on. No. Here we are. The PT-47 has returned and is now undergoing steaming trials for return to service to pull the regional passenger trains again. And look, as it's a steam depot, there are also still semaphore signals in use around Wolsztyn. Look, that's the Polish design of semaphore signals. So yeah, PT-47 number 65 is undergoing steaming tests. I think he was going to test it. I think this may have been filmed earlier today, actually. These little diesel rail cars are what normally run the regional services around Wolsztyn these days. As I said, it's only a couple times a day that the steam-hauled regional services run. Still, it's better than nothing at all. And if the local regional operators' train tickets are valid on the steam-hauled trains, which they are, then it counts as proper steam haulage. Fight me, Molly, and LBSCR H1 is peak. Look, you just saw the 7.4s go up. Well, I do like the H1s and H2s, but I wouldn't say they're peak. Hello, by the way, Enterprise. Lovely to see you. Just showing everyone that that PT-47 number 65 has returned to service. At the moment, the service which would normally be steam hauled is being run by one of the Preservation Society's diesels. But now this engine's back in service, it should be running as well. And when the when one of their OL-49s return to service, hopefully in the next couple of months, they should hopefully be able to start running a 2-train service again. I know, hello Callum. Oh, how lovely to see you, Callum. Wolsztyn is an actual city. Yes. I would have thought Wolsztyn was a town, but I guess if it's got a cathedral, then it counts as a city. Oh yeah, and every year at Wolsztyn, thank you, Bob, lovely to see you, welcome. And every year at Wolsztyn, in May, they have a big steam parade. Huge parade of steam locomotives, yeah. Yeah, loads of train enthusiasts go to Wolsztyn. I'm not going to go during the parade because it'll be far too busy, but hopefully when I go in the summer, these steam engines will be running. I know, Enterprise. Now that's a lovely sight. Kriegslock there. And they're coming back. Still there, Stan? They're coming back. Now they're running individually. I do like the DB Class 52s, aka the Kriegslocks. What a sight, I know, right, that is amazing. I may go to Wolsztyn again a second time for the parade, but not the first time. I'm just going to want to travel on the actual scheduled services. Oh, hello, Lost. No, I do not live in London. I'm not saying where I live. Ideal Marklin. Oh, guys, when Electro shows up, we're gonna talk about the new build Beachy head, the H2 Atlantic that me and Electro travel behind when the engine was only 2 days into public service. Here's one of their OL-49s on a scheduled regional service. This was filmed in 2007. Nowadays, these regional services they only use 2 coaches on these regional services. I guess because the passenger demand isn't that high, but still, it's alright. Yeah, I think we'll do that later on in the stream, Stan. So yeah, that's not a rail tour, that's a proper regional service used by commuters. This was filmed in 2007. First, with females? I don't know. What do you mean, gay trains? Is that because there's a rainbow? Or is that YouTube poop I saw? This was filmed on the 14th of August this year. So this one was filmed on the 14th of August this year. And it shows the PT-47 number 65 pulling the train from Zblazniec to Wolsztyn. I'll have to remember that. Zblazniec. That's how it's pronounced. Hello, Jupiter. Nice to see you. And yeah, they do have to run tender first because there's no turntables anymore. Yeah, shunting the 2 coaches. I believe these are N-Wagon coaches. These are German N-Wagon coaches that they use. Oliver's Gate. Oh, that was just a YouTube poop. James is an LBSCRK class. LBSCRK class. Yeah, that could work, Enterprise. Kana and Kenji as siblings. That makes sense. 22 people watching. Lovely stuff. Not really, Bill Bricks. No, not today, Lost. I'm dedicating this stream to 21st century steam locomotives. So yeah, these are the coaches that the steam-hauled regional services out of Wolsztyn use. These German N-Wagon coaches built between 1958 and 1980. LBS, yeah, I agree. I actually prefer the peppercorns over the Gresley A3's Enterprise, but whatever, you do you. Yeah, what is it, MLP fan? These N-Wagon coaches are actually still in use on German regional services to this day. So yeah, exact same coach design, but they're not steam hauled. These are push-pull electric. These are push-pull services worked by electric locomotives. They're still retro trains though, which I like. Just thought I'd point out that the N-Wagon coaches. Just thought I'd point out that the N-Wagon coaches. In use on the steam hauled services out of Wolsztyn. are still in regular use in Germany today, albeit with electric locomotives. Here's a BR 110 class arriving with a rake of N-wagons, leased for regional services on the Deutsche Bahn by Tri. Basically the same with only some differences, I know. As I said, I prefer the peppercorn A1s though, and A2s. Speaking of the peppercorn A1s, we will be talking about Tornado in this stream. Interesting. We will be talking about Tornado in this stream, because it is a steam locomotive built in the 21st century. So yes, we will be talking about Tornado later in the stream, along with all the other, a lot of other new-built steam locomotives. So yeah, hopefully it'll be this PT-47 working the steam hauled services when I go to Poland. Uninteresting my arse! They look amazing! I love the peppercorns! Here we are, as you can see here, it's a proper regional service on which Parawazona run on behalf of Kodzie Wielkopolski. I can't pronounce that, but that's the regional operator of the local area, so that's the regional operator of the local area. So yes, this does count as a proper regional service. Interesting enterprise. Proper regional service, not a rail tour, not a heritage train. This is a proper regional service worked by a steam locomotive. Isn't that amazing, guys? You're not an Express Loco person and you really like the Peppercorn A1s? Good, because they're my second favourites behind the 9Fs. No, it really doesn't, Enterprise. Not really. I don't know, Bill Bricks. I don't know, MLP fan. PKP. In fact, steam locomotives were still regularly used all over Poland until the 1990s. That's alright, Rhaegal. I'm not playing Rejoin Simulator tonight, by the way. Tonight's stream is dedicated to steam locomotives that are still regularly running in the 21st century. Not pulling heritage trains or rail tours. Proper revenue-earning passenger and freight trains. But it's worth noting that even though this is a proper scheduled regional service here, the steam locomotives themselves are no longer owned by PKP, the Polish National Railway operator. Nowadays, they are owned by Parawazona, the Wolsztyn Preservation Society, the Wolsztyn Steam Locomotive Preservation Society. Signal up. Hello, Lost. It's good to go. I could be wrong, but I think that's the signal box, WL1. Actually, I think this is Wolsztyn. Oh, it didn't blow its whistle. That's a shame. Oh, it stopped again. Strange. So as I said, this was filmed on the 14th of August this year. Here we are, it's off. Not really, Bill Bricks. Awesome stuff. That is a lovely sound. I saw a bit of flapping sheet on top of the chimney there. I'm pretty sure that's the spark arrestor. I could be wrong though. And the signal goes back to red after it departs. All the passengers getting off. Now they're uncoupling the engine, stowing it away. What's this MLP fan? What the hell is this? Still there, Stan, and train guy. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Well, that was not really necessary, but whatever. So as I was saying, and not relevant to the stream at all, but whatever. Here we see the locomotive backing into the shed after its return run to Blazniek and back. I swear it's pronounced Blazniek, though I can't remember one. It's Blazniek. It's Blazniek. It's Blazniek. It's Blaz. And as I said earlier, hopefully when, hopefully when their OL-49 returns to service, hopefully when their OL-49 returns to service, they'll be able to run a 2-train service alongside the PT-47. 2-train service to Blazniek and back. If they have any other coaches, that is. 23 tons each, and each of these N-Wagon coaches weighs. Still there, Stan? Carol. And there's another of the regional trains that normally runs the service. See if I can find any of them running at speed. Any of... Here we are. Here's the PT-49 running at speed. On the line between Wolsztyn and Blazniek. Oh, they've got a different coach on the back. Different style of coach as well. That's not an N-Wagon. The second coach. Thundering over. Jamming cars. Everyone else working on railway tails? I don't make it anymore. Cars. That's a good... Ah, camera shot as well. Hang on. Spare coach at the back. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Lovely stuff. So yes, I hope to ride this very train when this very steam-hauled service when I go to Poland next summer. Here it is, running backwards. It's got a nice whistle sound, this PT-47. And it's got smoke deflectors as well, which always awesome. Ernie! Oh, that's a JCB, that's what that noise was. Oh, ungated crossing. That's a good sound. Now let's quickly watch the video by Super Albs Travels.
Between windows.
Now let's watch Super Albs Travels video on the Poland Airlines. 9F with a pair of Mark 1s? Probably. Oh yeah, the futuristic 5AT steam locomotive. Yes, this was an advanced steam locomotive that would have been developed for the 21st century. We'll definitely talk about the 5AT in this stream as well. For now though, let's have a look at Super Albs Travels video on the Wolsztyn steam-hauled regional trains.
Today.
And then... heavy noises. Yeah, I think it is Train Guy. And then we'll move on to the freight trains, the coal trains in Bosnia that still use German steam locomotives. But first we'll watch Super Albs Travels review on the Wolsztyn steam-hauled regional trains. This is the video. This video is how I found out about these steam-hauled services out of Wolsztyn.
Today I'm going to be taking a train.
So it's not the PT-49 he travels behind in this video. This was filmed 3 years before, when when OL-49 number 69 was still in service.
Today?
I think it's now out of service for overhaul. OL-49 number 59 will hopefully be the steam locomotive returning to service alongside the PT-47 soon.
Today I'm going to be taking a train trip back in time, from Leszno to Wolsztyn aboard the last steam train in Europe.
Yeah, as I said, this is the, this was also back when the 2 train per day service between Wolsztyn and Leszno was still running.
I'm going to be taking a train trip back in time, from Leszno to Wolsztyn aboard the last steam train in Europe, which still runs in public service alongside other trains. Watch on to find out how you too can ride this unique train. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm here in Leszno, in the Wielkopolski region of Poland, and I'm going to be travelling up to Wolsztyn on the local regional operator, Koleje Wielkopolskie. This isn't just any regional journey though.
This guy's pronunciation of all these Polish names is, and indeed European names in general, is so good. I could never pronounce them as good as he does.
Travelling on board the Parowoz, the last steam train in Europe. Let's go. Leszno is a small historic city in the west of Poland.
Wielkopolski.
Even its station has history, serving as a border control point during the interwar period, during which the station building looked a bit like a castle. Nowadays, after a 2012 modernisation, the station looks decidedly less grand, pretty much looking like a big brown cube.
Yes.
Heading inside, we are met with a basic but functional interior, with a ticket office and small shop being present. Moving on to the central passage, and you can find the station's library, with a photo gallery found opposite.
Is everyone still there? It says there's only one person watching, but that can't be right. Looks like the view counter's going wrong again.
Next, there's a few models of the station building throughout the years, and finally a children's art gallery.
Interesting children's art gallery. Now it says 6 people, that's better.
Today, Leszno serves as a junction station to multiple different routes. Most importantly, it's a stop on the Poznań to Wrocław main line. It also serves the branch lines to Ostrów Wielkopolskie and Głogów, and finally the route up to Wolsztyn.
Wolsztyn.
These services here are operated by the long-distance operator, PKP Intercity, as well as 2 regional operators, Polregio and Koleje Wielkopolskie.
Koleje Wielkopolskie. That's the operator that the regional services run for.
Operators, Polregio and Koleje Wielkopolskie. My train will be departing from the unelectrified branch line platforms in the western half of the station. The carriages are actually already waiting at the platform. As shown here, this is a regular train service, number KW77627. It's operated by Parowozownia Wolsztyn on behalf of Koleje Wielkopolskie.
Yep, and Koleje Wielkopolskie's train tickets are indeed valid on this service. You don't have to buy a separate Parowozonia ticket to ride this train. And this train, therefore, does count as a proper regional service that still runs using steam locomotives.
By Parowozownia Wolsztyn on behalf of Koleje Wielkopolskie. Here comes today's locomotive. It's PKP class OL49-69.
Yep, it's one of these slightly... Yep, number OL4969. Slightly smaller than the PT-47s, being a 262 rather than a 282. It's still a lovely engine regardless.
By Fablok at Chrzanów. Built in 1954 by Fablok at Chrzanów.
Yeah, built in the 1950s. And as I said, Poland still used steam locomotives on all of its unelectrified railway lines, all the way up until the 1990s. Lovely to see you, Jacob. Because apparently coal still mined in Poland, obviously, and coal was very cheap, but oil was very expensive. So it actually, for the longest time in Poland, it was actually cheaper for them to continue running steam locomotives than diesels, which is why Poland still regularly used steam locomotives until the 1990s. And now this is the only practical passenger train service that's in Poland that still worked, and indeed all of Europe that still worked by regularly worked by a steam locomotive.
49-69, built in 1954 by Fablok at Chrzanów.
Train line stands still there.
Just look at this beautiful machine. It's amazing to see it still operating on the main line.
Yes, indeed. Lovely.
Most services on this route are operated by these Regio Tramp rail buses.
Tramp.
And yes, really, that's what they're called.
Tramp rail
I'm
buses.
sure you'd agree they don't quite compare to the steam engine.
No, indeed.
Anyway, time to get on board.
Formed of just 2 N-wagon coaches.
No reservations are available, and the train is second class only.
Opening windows too.
I chose this seat at the front of the train. Today's route will take us from the city of Leszno along a short ride through the peaceful Polish countryside and farmland to Wolsztyn.
Wolsztyn.
The scheduled journey time is 1 hour and 23 minutes to cover the 45 kilometres or about 28 miles of track.
So not very fast, but it's no
Our train
biggie.
departs on time at 13:43.
There's a lot of stops as well. proper train service, still
Before
using steam
departing Lishna,
engines.
be sure to take a
Awesome
quick
demo.
look out of the right-hand side of the train, where you can see a few abandoned steam locomotives.
Sad.
It's not long before where you
Hope Parazona restore
can
those.
see a few abandoned steam locomotives. It's not long before we leave the Bosnia to Wrocław main line for the branch line to Wolsztyn.
Wolsztyn.
After about 5 minutes, the first station stop is made at Wilkowice.
Pizza.
It does look like the station has seen better days though.
Oh dear.
With our journey back underway, let's have a little look around the train. The train is formed of just 2 carriages, with the rear one being a lot less busy. The carriage is in a 2+2 layout consisting of bench-style seating. It was comfortable enough and definitely suitable for regional trips like this one.
Indeed.
At window seats, you can find a small table with recessed cup holders
Ugh.
and a bin just beneath this.
Lovely stuff.
Beneath the seats, you can find some sort of bar, which is good for resting your feet on if there's nobody opposite
Oh, is
you.
Joe Light
For
Railway
luggage
still
space,
there?
there's more than enough room on the overhead luggage racks, though I can't imagine there's
Nice.
too much demand for long-distance travel on this route.
Not
Between
really.
windows, you can find some coat hooks. And of course, as you may have already guessed, most windows in the carriage can be opened up, allowing for a great view of the surrounding countryside.
And a good chance to listen.
Wszystko wielkie.
See, look, 2 people casually getting off the train there. Did say this was used as a proper train service.
Most of the stations on this route are very humble, but to me, that just adds to the charm and novelty of the whole experience.
Absolutely.
Next, let's have a look at the toilets. 2 toilets are provided per carriage.
Hang on, just checking my, I was just checking something, sorry. Dick Van Dyke turns 100 tomorrow, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Next, let's have a look at the toilets. 2 toilets are provided per carriage, 1 at each end. The soap and water were both working fine, with paper towels provided for drying your hands.
Okay, oh, toilets,
Overall,
on
the
board
toilets are
steam
in
tool
good
services.
condition too. The next station is Włoszakowice. This pleasant-looking area serves as a passing loop, with the
Wolkowice.
majority of the route being single track. A few minutes are spent here in the Polish summer sun, awaiting the oncoming unit to Leszno.
What happened to the sound? I don't know, it's a bit glitchy. I love this train. Wait, actually, I think the sound's going entirely... Oh my god. Bloody thing. Hang on a second. Right, has that fixed it? Oh my god. Oh, what is going on?
with the majority of the route being single track. A few minutes are spent here in the Polish summer sun, awaiting the oncoming unit to Leszno. After that, it is quite literally full steam ahead.
Now the audio's out of sync. Hang on a Alright. I think we're going to have to use the lower quality but not crackly backup microphone. Oh my god. Oh, you think it's a bit better, do you? Okay. Wi-Fi's a bit buggy at the moment anyway, so it's fine. Wait, hang on, there's no sound at all now. Fucking hell. Right, is that working now? I don't think so, actually. Right, are we back? We all good? Hello, James. Yeah, I think we're fine, but the audio quality's low again, which is ridiculous. We'll just have to stick with this for today. Actually, hang on. Settings. Right, is it higher? Welcome back, Logan. Load of white coloured bubble. I think I know what that really is, James. Okay, I think this is fine. I think we're all right now. Yeah, We're having a lot of audio technical difficulties tonight, guys. I'm really sorry. But we're alright now, so let's get back to it. We've been... Jacking sessions take an hour to complete. This isn't a heritage railway, nor is it a rail tour. This is a proper regional train service that still uses steam locomotives. There are various services which run out of Wolsztyn in Poland, which is home to the very last steam locomotive depot. Properly working steam locomotive, one of the last properly working steam locomotive depots in Europe. And no sin, tonight's stream is a special themed one, so I'm not going to be playing Rejoin Simulator tonight.
This pleasant looking area serves as a passing loop with the
Actually, Sin, I will just quickly show you one thing on Rejoin Simulator, just very, very quickly, purely because I think you'll be proud of me when I show it. I'm just going to go in very briefly and then we'll get right back into it. Have a look at my multi-sin. Yep, I've officially surpassed the 10 million mark. If I wasn't one of you guys before, I really am now. I know, 10 million indeed. Anyway, that was just very quickly me showing you. Anyway, back to
majority of the route being single track.
Steam locomotives that are still in proper service.
The Polish summer sun, awaiting the oncoming unit to Leszno.
It still runs alongside modern DMUs. Technical difficulties, MLP fan. That was quite literally full steam ahead, indeed. Dude. Goes. Down.
So you're probably wondering how much a ride on this train costs. I purchased
cheap,
a
I
flexible
imagine.
ticket valid on any train throughout the day at a cost of 14.8 Polish zloty.
Oh!
Train throughout the day at a train cost. I purchased a flexible ticket valid on any train throughout the day at a cost of 14.8 Polish zloty.
Only £2.70? Now that is a bargain if ever there was one. For a 28-mile journey, £2.70 is a bargain.
For this 28-mile journey, that gives a price per mile of about 10p. This is reasonable value for a regional train journey in general, but the fact you can ride behind a 1950s Polish steam locomotive makes it even better.
It's more than reasonable, it's incredible value.
Now on to how you can ride these trains for yourself. The steam train runs between Leszno and Wolsztyn on weekdays only, with the departures marked in the timetable as pociąg prowadzony trakcją parową. Alternatively, you can visit the link in the description for more information about the service.
And at Wolsztyn, there's also a steam locomotive. You can actually look around the steam locomotive depot as well
It's
at
not long
Wolsztyn.
before we're departing Wrocław, one of the last stations on today's journey.
I see MLP fan.
I'm sure it goes without saying that I really enjoyed this journey. The fact that you can ride steam engines on a regular scheduled passenger service in 2022 is fantastic.
Yeah, this was...
The effort that
still
must
can
go into
now.
maintaining this historic service by Parowozownia Wolsztyn is highly commendable too.
Indeed. And because the local regional operators' tickets are valid, it
As we make
technically
the final
counts as a
approach
proper steam-hauled commuter service. / regional service.
As we make the final approach to Wolsztyn station, the steam locomotive depot and museum can be seen on the left-hand side of the train.
Also, I think you can actually stay. There are like there's like 7 rooms in the steam locomotive depot. Like you can stay in the actual locomotive bunkhouses there.
A lot of other steam locos are visible too, parked up around the area.
Lovely.
A Arrival into Wolsztyn
There's that spare coach we saw earlier as well.
Arrival into Wolsztyn today is 1 minute early at 15:05.
1 minute
Not
early.
bad for a nearly 70-year-old loco.
Yes. Wolsztyn. With Kapolski.
It's now time to leave this classic train at a very modern Wolsztyn station. It really is quite the contrast.
Yes.
What do you think of
Considering
the
that
Wolsztyn
it's
steam
home,
experience?
Wolsztyn being a very modern station is surprising when you consider it's home to one of the last working steam locomotive depots.
What do you think of the Wolsztyn steam experience? Have you ever been on a steam train in mainline service? Leave a comment below. I'm interested to hear your experiences. If you enjoyed this video, then you'll definitely love the video on screen now. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again on my next journey.
And there it is, shunting the coaches back into the steam depot. So yeah, that's the mainline service out of Wolsztyn. The steam-hauled regional service out of Wolsztyn, which I'll hopefully be riding next year. Now let's move on to another place where steam locomotives are still in proper revenue service. I've talked about these before. These Bosnian steam locomotives out of the Krigja coal mine, hauling long coal trains out of the Krigja coal mine. These are also in proper revenue service. The Bosnian Steam Adventure. Stan wanted us to watch Heiss's video about the German steam locomotives that still run in Bosnia. So let's do it. Yes, we will talk about the North Korean steam locomotives that are still in revenue service today, James. Sucks that the steam locomotives live in a country run by a dictator. Yes, it is indeed. We'll talk about the North Korean. Hang on. We'll talk about the North Korean steam locomotives that are still in use in North Korea after we've talked about the Bosnian ones, James. Kriegslok locomotives.
Though there are many different unspoken rules about railroading out there, today's rule is never ask to get up into the cab, but don't ever say no when you're invited.
Indeed.
That's right. What's up, guys? This is Heist.
There's more of these Polish TKH tank engines. Very rusty ones. Yeah, these engines were exported all over the world.
That's right. What's up, guys? This is Heist, and today's video is a continuation of yesterday's video from my trip to Bosnia. Now, at the end of yesterday's video, we tried to go and see the engines at one of the coal mines and promptly got told to go away because it's private company property and all that whole 9 yards. So we went off to have lunch, where we had a skver pizza, and then we got some lovely slotoled, aka...
Piper from Chuggerton might as well be a 21st century steam engine, as she's shown to be a steam engine built after many years. Exactly. Fresh out of the works, a steam engine as well. Plus, she's not coal-fired. She appears to be gas-fired, because I know Eddie presses a button on her side to help her heat up. So yeah, unlike Puffer Pete, Olwyn, and Speedy, Piper appears to be gas-fired as opposed to coal-fired. So yeah, I suppose you're right, James. I suppose Piper is a 21st century steam locomotive.
Pretty and all that whole 9 yards.
But I'm talking about steam locomotives that were not only built in the 21st century in tonight's stream, James, but also ones which are still running in proper revenue earning service in the 21st century.
Yesterday's video, we tried to go and see the engines at one of the coal mines and promptly got told to go away because it's private company property and all that whole 9 yards. So we went off to have lunch, where we had a skver pizza, and then we got some lovely slotoled, aka ice cream / gelato. Still fuzzy on that translation. But while we were at lunch, I shot my buddy Lori a message because I knew he had been to Bosnia before, seeing if he knew anything about where we might be able to go foam a little bit. And he mentioned that there's a second mine that the locomotive service. So we decided to go there and try.
Oh, there's two mines that these steam locomotives still run their coal trains out of. Nice. I thought it was only the Krieger coal mine that they run out of. Interesting that it's actually two mines they still run out
service. So we decided to go there and try our luck. And what happened from there is one of the single coolest, most exhilarating, crazy days of my entire life.
A different mine.
Well, somebody just climbed on the engine.
We arrived at the mine and we didn't really know where the official entrance was, but found a way to cross over to the yard and sat there thinking about what we would do for a little bit. And my sister decided to take the car keys and go sit in the car. She didn't want to get arrested in Bosnia. And my mom and I sat there, and some clearly not railroad personnel guy just wandered through, so we said, to heck with it. We'll at least go wander up, see who we can talk to, and, you know, best worst case, we get told to leave.
There's a man up here that you're gonna have to talk to, probably.
So they kind of trespass in here.
No, you cannot film. Oh, dobro? Dobro.
Znači imaju znakovi da zabranjeno snimanje fotoaparat ne smije se ništa. Bez direktora našeg, znači to se ne smije.
Okay.
No filming without their director.
Okay, we'll go backwards.
Okay, sounds good.
Interesting she can speak Bosnian.
Yeah.
Bada, bada.
Yeah, because it's
I was gonna say, only a mild Bosnian trespassing was had. Oh, but it's doing train stuff.
It was at this point that I was very conflicted. I heard the cylinder cocks. The engine was going to start doing something, and I wanted to see it, and I wanted to film it, because goodness, who knows when this stuff might stop, and there might not be big steam on the main anymore. But at the same stuff, and I wanted to see it.
I think this will carry on for a good while longer, the steam locomotives running in Bosnia.
It,
After all, it makes tons of sense to keep running steam locomotives at coal mines, especially because, you know, coal mines, especially if you run steam locomotives at coal mines, your source of fuel is basically free, so yeah, in my opinion, it makes perfect sense to keep on running steam locomotives in coal mines.
At this point that I was very conflicted.
Like this
I
Bosnian
heard
one.
the cylinder cocks. The engine was going to start doing something, and I wanted to see it, and I wanted to film it, because goodness, who knows when this stuff might stop, and there might not be big steam on the main anymore. But at the same time, I am far from a rule breaker. I am far from an envelope pusher in many ways, particularly when you're thinking of legal things, and legal things in a country where I don't speak the language. Not something that I was super comfortable with.
No.
And so I hoped that it was going to come my way, and that I could film it from a public place and not get in trouble, and not get any of the guys in trouble. I didn't want to give these guys a hard time with management.
Yeah.
At least you didn't get arrested.
Time with management.
Yeah. This engine's doing stuff, though. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's totally coming this way. Cross over and we'll be on a public right-of-way, and
Everyone's still there? Train
then
guy's
we'll
still
film
there?
the Kriegsloke.
Yeah, couldn't you at least
I don't
film
know,
it
was
for
At
the
that
public?
point, my mom decided to join my sister in the car and leave me to whatever fate my foamer brain was going to get me into.
We're seeing Bosnian trains.
Well, technically German.
I knew that I really wanted to get good video of this, and so I squatted down at the side of the road and started taking video. But then I had a pang of guilt and realized that I was still told that it is forbidden to film in general, so I decided to move a little further out of the way so that I would be a little further away and hopefully not be seen.
Kriegslock.
As the train got closer, the crew were leaning out of the cab and they were gesturing with really big gestures. And myself, my mom and sister all had the same reaction of, oh my god, we're in so much trouble right now.
God.
Until they did it enough times that I realized, this is an invitation. This isn't anger.
An invitation to
At
get on
which
the
point, you remember the rule. Never say no.
So we're done.
Interesting. Interesting.
Pazi se. Slika, do, sad.
Oh, and they wasn't allowed to film that.
Pazi se. Slika, do, sad.
Voila.
Oh my god.
Wow. That's a good fire in there.
Yes, they got fire.
Wow.
It was at this point that I realized that I just climbed on board a train that is doing something. I don't know what it's doing,
Something.
where it's going, how long I'm going to be on it, and I didn't know if my mom or sister knew that I got on the train either. Thankfully, though Mom was cowering in fear at the fact that these scary people on the choo-choo pointed at us, my sister saw and went, oh my god, he just went on the train, to which Mom said,
What? Mark's in the cab of a Kriegslock.
Yes.
Bye, Mark.
It was also a split second after that I realized that the engine crew didn't
Same
speak any
train
English, and I didn't speak any.
They're just wearing
Bosnian.
casual. I see what you mean, train guy. They're just wearing casual clothes and not any like railway driver or fireman's uniforms.
That I realized that the engine crew didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak any Bosnian. All the translations for this video have been done by my mom. She's the one that's fluent. I only speak a couple words. And so the game of charades began.
And USA. I do, that's my engine. Colorado, USA.
Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. It's me. Yeah.
Hijos.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice whistles. High pitch, but you wouldn't think such a large engine would have such a high pitched whistle, but it does. 3.
Yeah.
Hello, Jacob. Nice to see you. So earlier in the stream, we were talking about the steam-hauled proper passenger regional trains, neither rail tour nor heritage train. A proper regional service hauled by steam locomotives that run out of Wolsztyn in Poland. We were talking about that earlier on, Jacob. Now we've moved on to talking about the Bosnian, the steam locomotives that run the coal trains out of some of the Bosnian mines, some of the power stations. I thought it was just one coal mine that these Kriegslock engines still worked at, the Kriegia coal mine. Turns out I think it's 2 that they still work at, actually, Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stan requested us to watch this video about it by Heiss, so that's what we're doing. You shouldn't know. Timothy Thomas? Indeed. I don't know, Time Lad. Just wasn't thinking, clearly. Oh, you can see there's a little crack in the firebox door. And as I said in an earlier live stream, these Kriegslock engines were only supposed to run for a few years during World War II. Yet here they are in Bosnia, still going strong in proper revenue freight service 80 years later.
Remember what I
That's
said
so
about not
cringy.
saying no? Yeah, that still definitely applies, and that is a really great way to take your heart rate, which is already 1,000,000, and multiply it by another 1,000,000.
Take the controls. They got allowed.
See, da.
Okay, so I'm now the engineer. I don't speak the language.
See,
As being like foreign language.
Okay, so I'm now the engineer. I don't speak the language. I don't know where the train's going. I don't know what we're doing or what the intent of this move is, or the track, or the geography, or the anything. Let's just not wreck this thing, shall we?
Indeed, timeline. You still there, Jacob?
Okay, thank God we can still play charades and he knows what he's doing. We'll be alright.
Stopping, he's winding the reversing gear.
nice. Dobro.
Hoćeš ti da pa da te slikam, ja? Kako?
Ja.
Da ti voziš, a ja da te slikam.
Yeah.
Are
So it's
you off
recording.
MLP
Video,
fan?
yeah.
Alright, well thanks.
Learning the feel of a totally different type of throttle on the fly that had a decent bit of slop to it was very interesting, and as well, I hooked it up a little bit because I didn't want to beat the crap out of one of their locomotives.
No,
I wouldn't run
indeed.
mine in the corner, so I figured
No.
I'd do the same.
Alright, see you later.
Oh, goodness me.
I know, Jacob. Peep indeed. Jacob, you wouldn't think that these enormous engines would have such high-pitched whistles, would you? Like that. So that's the whistle handle. There he is, driving the Kriegslock. Voila.
Reminder that these translations were given to me after the fact, and I had no idea what the guy on the radio was saying, and I don't know where we're going, and I don't know what we're doing, and I'm shoving an empty rake of coal cars, and I don't want to hit something, so I was taking it easy.
Slowly. If I was all of a sudden given the opportunity to drive an engine like this right out of the blue, I'd be amazed. I'd be honored.
Right in here I could see that we're diverging through some switches, and so I nervously cover the brake, what I assume is the independent brake. I don't, honest to God, know what air brake schedule these locomotives have, or if the air was tied in, or any of that. So
Indeed.
I was ready just in case. Oh look, there's my mom and sister, thank God.
Just doing a bit of shunting, it seems.
There he is. Oh my god.
Here, Starmer. That's all for the best.
Yeah, he's coming up to make the hook. All you, thank you.
Stop.
Follow the Virginia. Follow the Virginia.
Wow. What a lucky man Heist was.
I don't speak the language. They just gestured, get it here to the cab. That was the most exhilarating and terrifying thing I've ever done. Here, let's do some switching movements in rural Bosnia.
Rural
With a Kriegslope
Bosnia.
with controls I've never run before. That was just the coolest thing I've ever done.
All that toot's supposed to be
And then we run
swearing.
before the mine people find out. I'm officially speechless right now.
Indeed. Box of
And then we
Chronicles.
run before the mine people find out.
Better run before the mine people find out.
I'm officially speechless right now.
I know.
That was.
Oh my god.
He literally were just like, get something to come. I'm like, okay.
That was amazing.
That was like, you get in and he just points to the controls and says, go. He literally, when you start moving that way, he goes, okay, you go.
You drive the amazing.
That was like, you get in and he just points to the controls and says, go. He literally, when you're sitting and
That was amazing.
that was like, you get in and he just points to the controls and says, go. He literally, when you start moving that way, he goes, okay, you go.
You drive the
You drive. It's like, no. They just saw me with the camera. We're like, oh yeah, go on up. Had me.
My God.
That was okay. Life's complete. We're good. That was
Mark,
yes.
where were you? Where did you go, Mark?
I got summons. We've been trying to get up and look at these trains all day, and just get to go see them. And the train crew, all of a sudden, just summons me and goes, "Get up! And come on, you gotta go! Come on, get up in the cab!" And so, on the move, ran up and got in the cab.
And then he told you to
Of the
drive.
Kriegslope, and then he hands me. He literally points to the throttle and goes, "You." I don't speak Bosnian, but I ran a choo-choo today. Jesus Christ. Obviously, as you can tell in the moment, there was a fair amount of excitement and
So yes, Heist did indeed get to drive one of the Bosnian steam engines still in use.
adrenaline going on my part. It felt like breaking all of the rules, not knowing what was coming next, what was going to happen, and was such a fantastically cool experience as short as it was. It was just a little out and back switch move, putting some empty coal wagons on the ones that were being loaded, and not much more than that. But that little time was so hugely important
Oh,
and
there.
hugely cool.
Good.
This was running revenue service steam. It was just a couple switching moves, but they were switching moves
It
done
counted.
on a 210 built by the Germans in 1944, captured by the Allies very early on after it had been built in World War II, given to Bosnia, and it has run out of Bosnia continuously since then. Most of what we talk about on the channel is railway preservation and railroad preservation in the United States, and preserving that history and keeping alive the tradition of steam
Indeed.
and what railroading was like. This was what railroading was like.
Exactly.
And the chance to get a little piece of that, no matter how small, was incredibly special. Thinking even beyond that, I was shocked at how mechanically nice those locomotives were. I was expecting, okay, we go to old country, comrade, yes. I was expecting all the jokes, all the memes, it's Bosnia, It's a impoverished country in many ways.
And it's
I
an
was
ex-communist
expecting them
one.
to be totally tired, clapped out pieces of junk, to go through the shop, to see the engines, to run an engine, and it is bang nuts perfectly square throughout the reverse quadrant. That it sounds good, it feels good, it doesn't really leak. The throttle packing had a dribble, but I've yet to meet throttle packing that doesn't. These engines are in a lot better shape than a lot of places, and seeing what they were doing in the shop during the annual inspection, making new valves, and going through all the proper procedures, I was shocked. I was not anticipating these engines to be in good shape and well cared for, and they really are. Talking with the people, hearing my mom's translations, they really are kindred spirits, and it's great to see that steam railroading, as it always has been, is still alive, at least in a few places in the world, and it's being kept that way by people who really know what they're doing and really love it. Anyways, guys,
That is amazing.
thanks so much for watching. We'll catch
Steam
you on the next
locomotives
one.
are still in revenue service to this day. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, I think Serbia still use some steam engines as well. For a while. You gotta go on a shop tour as well, but yeah, I think I've shown this as well on a previous stream. Couple of more of these creep locks. Alright guys, so while I let you enjoy this, guys, I'm gonna go throw my cider cans away, go to the loo, and grab some water. Dunkin' Donuts until I can trust you again. Anybody shows up when I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. Lovely seeing it. Seeing coal wagons being loaded there. Wonderful stuff. Just watch this coal wagon being loaded. A massive rake of coal wagons there, amazing. Right guys, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. So what's the chaplain saying? Hello, Levco. Lovely to see you. So earlier in the stream, we were talking about the proper regional services. Proper passenger regional train services operated by steam locomotives that run out of Walsh in Poland. And now we're talking about the Bosnian steam locomotives that run the coal trains around the Bosnian coal mines again. I thought it was just one coal mine that I thought it was only one coal mine they only worked at. They still worked at these Kriegslock locomotives. Turns out it's more than one. Turns out I think it's 2 coal mines they still work at. At least I think so. Good thing is doing 99 for almost human. Nice. I'm good speaking in reverse. 1! Yes, Levco, tonight's stream is themed not only to steam locomotives built in the 21st century, but ones which are still running in revenue service in the 21st century. By the way, guys, I've decided I'm probably going to go until 11:30 tonight. A, because I feel like I've got the energy for it. B, because there's a lot I want to talk about tonight. It is really cool, Palevko. And C, because of the technical difficulties we had earlier, to make up for the technical difficulties we had earlier. So yeah, I'm probably going to go till 11:30 tonight, guys, for those reasons. That is lovely. Oh, I've got 2 of them double heading this coal train here. Amazing. Jacob still there? Oh my god. With how long that... Guys, with how long that coal train is... all that coal on just that one train, I reckon all that coal on just that one train would be enough to provide an entire heritage railway for just 1 year, for a whole year. Do you agree, guys? All that coal would be enough to supply an entire heritage railway for like 1 year. Or at least 6 months. Did you ever have to cancel? Aside from planned cancellations, Levco, no, I have never had to make a last-minute cancellation for one of these live streams. Getting heavy and out, check it all out? Nice. No, Levco, I have never had to make a last-minute cancellation. Movie Trains Edition? I'm still thinking about that, Levco. So yeah, it's mainly shunting operations that these trains do. These Kriegslock steam locomotives do. But they also take coal trains down to the local power station. So here's one coming now. Amazing. Oh my god, there's too much steam. No brake van either. Square dancing main list. Here it is, and here's one of them going flat out from the Krieger coal mine to the power station. That is incredible. In the 21st century. Still going strong in the 21st century. Great, roads tries to keep running, indeed. The length of these coal trains is incredible. Each one of those trucks, there's the power station that it delivers the coal to. Each of those coal trucks, I reckon, would be able to carry enough coal to for a heritage railway to run for a day. Like 1 or 2 of these trucks, I reckon, would carry enough coal for a heritage railway to run for a day. Nope, never even... Yeah, no, Levco, I've even done these live streams. I always do these live streams, even on days when I don't feel well. trucks are empty now, having been unloaded at the power station. Now heading back up to the mine. And as I said, guys, coal mines are the most logical places to keep running steam locomotives in revenue service. Because as I said, you've literally got the source of fuel, you've literally got a free source of fuel. You could literally extract the coal right out of your mine to keep your steam locomotives going. You ran a coal mine. Here it comes. Let's see if I can find a more recent video of these steam locomotives running in Bosnia. If not... Oh, I've already shown the video below, though. One hauling container trains as well. I think this probably has stopped now. These steam locomotives hauling modern container trains. History with yank trains, indeed. Interesting, Iron Man guy. Welcome to the stream. Some narrow gauge ones. I kind of want to have a look. Mainly want to look at standard gauge ones, though. Bosnia. So. Oh, I accidentally pressed the refresh. So yeah. Oh. That looks like a rail tour, though. Kriegslocken along freight. Oh yeah, the German revenue hauling steam service. We'll talk about that later in the stream as well. Oh! There was some... Romania and Ukraine still using them, it seems. Steam locomotives in 1993, it seems. Okay, I guess we'll just go back to the video we were watching. Then after this... Oh, whoops, no, wrong one. Then after we've seen the Bosnian steam locomotive video we were watching, well, I'll save this to watch later as well. I kind of want to see the standard gauge ones. After we've watched the video of the 2019 Bosnian steam train video we were watching, here we are. After we finish watching this video, we'll talk about some of the North Korean steam locomotives that are still in revenue service, and the ones that are still in service at a sugar mill in Indonesia. Then after that, we'll talk about some of the new build steam locomotives. Actually, we'll talk about new build steam locomotives when Electro shows up. Still remember the new build Beachy heads trail behind. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, these are narrow gauge ones. But I guess these still technically count, these narrow gauge ones as well. That is lovely. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good wide shot. Welcome back, Jacob. We're still talking about the Bosnian steam locomotives. After we finish watching this, Jacob, we're going to talk about some of... Because apparently North Korea still use steam locomotives, so we'll talk about that as well. Then once we finish talking about the new build steam locomotives, we'll move on to talking about Chinese ones, because even China was still using steam locomotives in revenue service until very recently. Yep, Yugoslavia indeed. Ex-Yugoslavian country. That is wonderful. So much steam. Why is that, Levko? What do you want to do? Is there something you want to make or something? This one looks like it's on its way to the power station again. Serbia was still using steam locomotives as well until fairly recently. Nighttime shot here. Oh, I love how the headlights of that Kriegslok is reflecting off the first truck. Lovely. I guess this is at the same coal mine. We've got another little shunting engineer. Oh look, brake slipped on. Boarding a couple of trucks. Wheel slip there. Little engine there shuttling along. You still there, Jacob? Shuttling along with a few wagons. Wonderful. So they're carrying some sort of like proper freight man, those rock stands there. I think I've shown this in a previous strip. Looks like they're carrying freight and other freight besides coal, and that's probably those box stands there. Another coal train. Toot toot. Is everyone still there? Cat's gone a bit dead. Transport Kid. Congratulations, Transport Kid. Welcome to the stream. So we're talking about the Bosnian coal trains at the moment that still use steam locomotives. revenue service. German Kriegslock engines. Guard at the back. Conversation failed to generate. Don't worry. Still there, Jacob. Another one. Over the crossing. Oh, they're backing over, reversing over the crossing there. Boop, boop. Lovely stuff. Yugoslavia. Right. Just came through my... Oh, awesome! Double heading a train through your town. Lovely. Hello, Thomas and Trains 487. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my channel. I don't think I've seen you here before, so please subscribe if you haven't already. 131 views in just under 2 hours. Not bad at all. Still there, Transport Kid. Is James still there? Because we're about to have a look at the North Korean steam locomotives still in service. Yes, apparently North Korea still have steam locomotives in revenue service. Oh, this one's a rail tour. Yeah, there's a steelworks in North Korea that still uses steam locomotives in revenue service. Kimchik Iron and Steel Complex. Oh, that was taken in the 1980s. Look. Oh, what's this? So yeah, there's a picture of one of the steam locomotives in freight service. So yeah, steam, diesel, and electric all working in harmony in North Korea. Narrow gauge ones. Because of how restrictive of a country North Korea is, I don't think there are any videos of North Korean steam locomotives operating, but still be able to see them. Oh, it's a diesel.
Can't escape. For watchful eye, we take a special train north to Hyeongsang. behind one of the few steam locomotives still in service in North Korea. Its noisy brake compressor and leaking boiler are evidence of poor maintenance. No.
Steam train still in service in North Korea.
Border in northeast China. Steam locomotives are still going strong and are making a worthy contribution to the world's fastest growing economy.
Oh, this is a Chinese one. In revenue service back in 14 years ago. It's still 21st century though, so it still counts. Kim Jong-un's fortress on rails. North Korean State Railway still utilizes steam locomotives for non-tourist industrial use. The Chongjing Steel Works is where Japanese-built steam locomotives still works. Chongjing Steel Works, I think, still uses steam locomotives. Trying to raise my chaos. We would have been seeing if the collieries didn't get closed. What? So you think austerities? You think austerity tank engines would still be in revenue service today if all the coal mines in this country hadn't closed? Yeah, I think it's these little Chinese-built tank engines. Oh god, Levco. I think it's these little Chinese-built tank engines that are used at that steelworks in North Korea. Yeah, we were. I was showing them earlier. Here we are, November 2019, steam locomotives still actively working at the Chongjing Steelworks. Quite easy to maintain. I know, but still. That's still not really my thing. They are nice. Would have been nice to still see them in service. Honestly, I think I would like austerities more if they were still in service today. Basically the same as it was when she was built. Interesting. Oh yeah, guys, there's a Chinese steam locomotive at the National Railway Museum, which I've seen in person. We'll talk about the Chinese steam locomotives in a moment, but I want to see if I can find some more info on the North Korean ones, which is going to be hard because, you know, North Korea, not a lot of media comes out of there. there's probably some human and workers' rights violations at the Chongqing Steelworks, which is why there aren't that many pictures of them working. But yeah, the Chongqing Steelworks in North Korea is the most notable place where they're still used, steam locomotives. Here we are. Rolling stock of Korean State Railway. Actually, here we are. Locomotives of North Korea. Oh, wait, no. The Korean State Railway, operating arm of the Ministry of Railways of North Korea, still operates a wide variety of electric, diesel, and steam locomotives. Railcars. Here we are, steam locomotives. These are the steam locomotives that are still in use in North Korea. Or were in use, but not anymore, I don't think. Some of these were even built in America, which, as we know, is... No. As I said, these are the ones that are used at the Chongqing Steelworks. This one was built in Czechoslovakia. This one looks good, this mountain-type steam locomotive. Delivered further down from China. Oh, it looks like some of the FD class, the Soviet FD class steam locomotives are still in use on freight trains in China. What, on the North Korean ones until not too long ago? That's interesting. Still there, Jacob? What's this demo? Well, I'm afraid this is not relevant to the subject of the stream. We'll have to watch this next time, demo. Yeah, as I said, many of these 262 tank engines. Interesting, it's still in service in North Korea. Proper service. Steam-hauled freight train in North Korea? Yes. There are definitely still some North Korean locomotives, steam locomotives, still in service and industrial use. Pyongyang to Jaiping. We saw this earlier. I wish I could say more about the North Korean steam locomotives, but you guys know how North Korea is. Information and media is very, very hard to get out of there. So while I'd like to believe that steam locomotives are still in use in North Korea outside of the Chongqing Steelworks, while I'd like to believe that, it might not be accurate, because you know how it is with North Korea. Hardly any information gets out. Power shortages means engines like this number 166 remain in regular service. Interesting. Steam look, yeah, that's what I said. These images look AI generated to me. And Tongson Line still remain in regular service. Interesting. Daily passenger service between Walston and Lesno. Well, not really Lesno anymore, but Zazbliniak. More steam in North Korea in 2003. Interesting. Okay. Now let's have a look at that Indonesian sugar mill and their steam locomotives. Most are dieselized. Pretty sure some are still in use at those Indonesian sugar mills. All of which being narrow gauge, though. Capu Forest Railway. This looks interesting. Okay. 10 places in Indonesia where you can still find working steam locomotives. Vayu Sugar Mill. Actually, it seems like more than one sugar mill in Indonesia still uses steam locomotives. The last steam locomotives at the Plangia sugar mill. Oh, this was filmed in 2014. Still the 21st century, though. It still counts. Are Stan and Jacob both still there? Oh, hang on, it's copyrighted, this footage, so... probably not a good idea to watch that. Oh, hang on, Stan sent me something. Oh, no, I haven't seen this one yet, Stan. North Korean steam locomotive cab ride. Full speed. Train to Pyongyang, North Korea. Yeah, passenger trains were still... You still use steam locomotives in North Korea in like the early 2010s. Not sure if that's still the case today, but it might be, I don't know. Once again, information is very rare. Information that comes out of North Korea can be very inaccurate, so for all we know, they could still be running their steam locomotives. Despite working on a dirty steam locomotive, all these crew members their uniforms all look very clean, they look very disciplined. Definitely sounds like this one needs oiling. This is actually really cool, Stan. See the cab of a North Korean steam locomotive. Keeping the fire nicely stoked. Shoveling the coal. That does not look like good quality coal at all. It's just like black powder. It's not. It doesn't even look like coal, man. It just looks like black powder. Yeah. Then again, I wouldn't imagine they'd have very good quality coal. That noise it keeps making, definitely a sign of poor maintenance. Is everyone still there? Good chunks from the ash at all. It doesn't look like... Oh, so do you have to like separate... Do you have to like sieve out the good chunks from the coal ash? So do you have to like sieve out the good chunks of coal from the ash first before it can be transported? Feeling, why is that, Levko? Aren't even any decent chunks? Yeah, not very good. As I said, Stan, that it doesn't look like very good quality coal at all. What about this one? Trains to Pyongyang, North Korea. Very disciplined looking station staff there. Do it a lot at Tanfield. Interesting. I think at most heritage railways, the coal arrives already sieved. Rather not say. Oh, why don't you tell me privately, Stan? Hang on, that's a diesel locomotive. Looking for ones that still used. Here we go. Oh wait, that's a derelict steam locomotive, no longer in use. And that one. Of course, as it's propaganda, I don't think they use that. Seems like there's also a narrow gauge railway somewhere in China that still uses... A brickworks somewhere in China that still uses steam locomotives. Hauling clay up to the brickworks, from the clay pits up to the brickworks. Good chunks of coal? Awesome. Mate, the train's coming! Get out! Get off the track! The train's coming! You can hear it! So yeah, it looks like there's a brickworks in China that still uses... Just a minute. Looks like there's a brickworks in China that still uses... that might still use steam locomotives. Even though standard gauge industrial steam operations in China have ended. Even though standard gauge industrial steam operations in China have ended, I'm pretty sure narrow gauge steam operations, not just in China, narrow gauge industrial steam operations, not just in China, but in other countries in the world, still operate today. You can tell those are typical trucks because they're swaying back and forth. Yep, carrying trucks of clay up to the brickworks. The Xinjiang Clay Railway. Not sure if they still use steam locomotives, the Clay Railway, but they did in 2011, it seems. And look, they uncouple the engine on the fly and just have the trucks run down without an engine. Crazy! I mean, most of the joke's cool. We did try and have a look at some North Korean steam locomotives still in operation earlier, James, but didn't really see that. So now we didn't really find much because North Korea is a very restrictive country when it comes to what media comes out anyway. So now, James, we're looking at steam locomotive operations in China, starting with this brickworks, this narrow gauge clay railway, where steam locomotives are still in practical industrial use. Look at how small those wheels are! That's adorable! That looks like an 080 locomotive. Having the trucks run into the siding without the engine on the fly definitely saves time. Nowhere near as safe though. That engine's clearly seen better days. Look how rusty it is. South Korean steam locomotives? I don't think South Korea have used steam locomotives for a long time, but as I said, I think North Korea still do. Look how much the wheels are slipping! That is brilliant. Look how much the wheels are slipping. Fell asleep on the sofa. Didn't make the worst search for around. Well, that's no biggie, James. At least, you know. At least you did have some sleep on the sofa. And I think that they're about to tip the trucks over. They're about to tip out the trucks and dump the clay into the pit. Then that JCB down there will take it into the brickworks. There it goes. Yeah, these hopper trucks can tip over. Lovely. Again, I'm not too sure if this brickworks still uses these steam locomotives, but it'd be interesting if they did. Oh, and look! Got a massive contrast. Narrow gauge, steam hauled brickworks. Steam hauled narrow gauge clay railway down there, and running over the top a modern high-speed electric railway. Quite a sight. What a massive contrast. Look, there goes a modern high-speed train. What an enormous contrast that was in China. We'll have a look at some more Chinese steam locomotive operations in a moment. First, though, I want to show you guys the sugar mill trains. Oh, wait, this looks like it was filmed in the 90s. Oh, yeah, I was right, August 1996. These looks like fireless locomotives still running today. The Capu Forest Railway. Here we are, Java Steam and Sugar Tour 2018. Oh, it's another copyrighted one. August 12th, 2012. Puadi Sugar Mill. Yep, sugar mill operations, still using steam engines. Taking flatbeds of sugar cane. Taking trucks of sugar cane. Oh, there isn't even any road crossing sign. These crossing guards just blow the whistles before they lower the barriers. For this kind of stuff over the Clean Express and passenger trains, I get that. For me though, it doesn't matter what kind of train it is. If it's a passenger train or a freight train, if it's steam, diesel or electric, I'm almost certain to love it. That's why I like National Coboard Railway so much. Oh look, just like we saw earlier, they're deliberately letting the sugarcane flat trucks run away. If only they didn't close. Then we might have been speaking about the NCB in this very video. You mean stream? But yeah, I think we would have. Might still be. Yeah, they could. Yes, if the coal mines in this country and indeed the rest of the world didn't close down, we might still be using coal steam locomotives on our own coal mines in this country. The fact that steam locomotives are still in revenue-earning industrial use at all in the world is amazing. Here comes another one. And the crossing barriers are manually operated still. Indonesia. Here we are, we've got another steam locomotive still in industrial use. Dumping slag at the Beachy steelworks in China. That is incredible. That is incredible. What? Oh, that is such a nice look, actually. Oh, yes. Something important to note about Chinese steam locomotives that continued running into the 21st century is that many of them didn't use traditional steam whistles. Instead, they used diesel air horns. This is exactly what I imagine we would see today if the collieries didn't close, just like Bosnia. Yes, indeed. I reckon this would be incredible. Yeah, we still use steam locomotives in industrial use until 1984. Yeah, China still used steam locomotives on its main lines, on its passenger and freight main lines until 2005, but they continued using steam locomotives in industrial use until about 2004. No, 2024, early 2024. China continued using steam locomotives in industrial service. Let's have a few more looks at steam locomotives still. Let's try and have a look at more steam locomotives still in regular use of the sugar mill lines in Indonesia. Then we'll have a look. This video looks a bit old. Then we'll have a look at steam locomotive operations in China. Version of the Kriegslock. Kriegslocks are huge, though. They're German 9Fs. I would have loved that. Mook Douglas's ice cream peanuts outrun. Yeah, indeed. The fireless steam locomotives are the Pyongyang sugar mill yard. Two were working as the main steam supply at the mill that were having trouble. Fireless steam locomotives. Hang on, this is also copyrighted. Oh dear. But they were still in use in 2022, and I think they still are today. Sugarcane trains, Java, Indonesia. Oh, this looks old as well. The UK direction would be austerities. As much as I hate to admit it, Stan, because, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of austerities, I do have to agree, because it, yeah, probably would be the Kriegslocks. It probably would be still raining. Welcome back, Jupiter. Fairy Queen 2.0, interesting. Nah. Missed stuff, bro. What sin spawned a Zenith on Rejoin Simulator? Oh my god. Wow. So he's actually reached Zenith tier now, has he, Godly Corridor? Yeah, these huge flat trucks, sugarcane being transported. Look how the sugarcane kind of hangs off the trucks as well. Crazy stuff. Modern vehicles, modern freight, diesel cars, 60 running exchange engine, running industrials alongside it. As if the colliery is still open today. That would be amazing to see, Stan. Honestly, that would be amazing to see. Oh, you were joking. Oh. Wouldn't be surprised if that did actually happen, though. Golly Corridor. Anyway, these... Now let's talk a bit more about some of the industrial steam locomotives, some of the steam locomotives that were still in industrial service in China all the way up until early 2024. Until very recently, China was still known as one of the last countries in the world that still used steam locomotives. Part of me believes they still should have been, though. They still should be. China's steam locomotives still should be used in revenue service. So it looks like here, they're mining out either stone or clay from this mine. You'll do that? Nice. Big steam shovel there, loading those trucks. Yeah, as I said, most Chinese steam locomotives that survived into the 21st century didn't use steam whistles. They actually used diesel air horns. Of course, they were still steam powered, but they used horns as opposed to steam whistles, which is a little bit strange, but at least, what I mean, if that was for standardization purposes, then I get it. A bit of wheel slip there. Open cast pit, my 6 kilometers one. That's a nice sight. I do think steam still has a place on industrial lines and stuff like that. Oh yeah, steam definitely still has a place on industrial railways, but I'd argue even on the main lines it still has a place. That is a good sound. See, Stan, I do find industrial railways interesting. China. That is a very nice sight. Look at all those tracks zigzagging up and down the mountain, up and down the slopes, taking deeper into the mine. That is genuinely an amazing shot. Ah, sounds like the driver's opened the regulator fully now.
This part of the operation in the West Pit is winding down and is scheduled to stop later this year. The trucks will carry the spoil and dispose it within the pit itself.
Where is this? This is in China. Until like 10 years ago, this like clay pit in China was still using steam locomotives, but it was still being they were still being used in the 21st century, so it still counts. Yep. China still used steam locomotives in industrial use right up until like January or February of 2024. Which just so happens to be when I met Stan in person for the first time. But yes, as China continued to use steam locomotives into the 21st century, I did want to talk about China's 21st century steam locomotive operations tonight, even though China very recently stopped industrial steam locomotive operations altogether, as sad as that is, and as much as I wish they still carried it on.
Carry the spoil and dispose it within the pit itself. That would probably bring down steam operations by 50%, a very distressing scenario, and one which actually prompted me to visit Sundowning now, rather than later.
Look how fast it's going, pushing all those wagons as well. That's got to be doing like at least 30, if not 30 miles an hour, if not more. That is so cool. Oh, that's a cool shot. You must have filmed that using a drone. Colour light signals though, not old semaphores.
Zibolizan is where the shift change takes place for the spoil train crews. It is also a holding yard for the spoil trains coming out of the pit and going
Look at all
onwards
those
to the
steam
small dumps.
locomotives that were still used only 11 years ago. Water columns and all. Oh wait, this is a coal mine, not a... It didn't look like coal to me, though. It looked like clay. I would show you this documentary of one of the last narrow gauge steam locomotives still running in China in regular service, but still. The Sandalong Coal Mine Railway, that's what it's called. The coal mine due to close in 2020. That's a shame. If this coal mine had remained open, they'd probably still be using steam locomotives. Chinese coal is notoriously shit? I did not know that at all, train guy. I had no idea Chinese coal was shit. What makes it shit? Train guy. And I thought the North Korean coal that we saw being shoveled when we saw that North Korean steam locomotive cab ride video, I thought the coal being shoveled into the firebox of that North Korean steam locomotive looked shit. Are you still there, Stern? I think if Sandalong was still open, steam locomotives would still be operating there today. So what makes Chinese coal shit, train guy? That is a good sound. Big steam shovel loading the coal. Now that looks like coal and not clay. Oh, we got two engines running alongside each other. Oh wait, no. One going there, and the other one standing still being loaded. Oh, this is really cool. Still there? See that air horn, not a whistle. Moving backwards. Big chunks of coal there. Maybe they'd still keep going at the Sandalong coal mine. And this... Steam at the Beachy steelworks in China. When did the Beachy steelworks stop using its steam locomotives, I wonder? Hang on, Stan sent something else. This would really be the equivalent of Bosnia today? I see what you mean, Stan. Yeah, I do see what you mean, Stan. No wonder Stan finds the Bosnian steam locomotive operations, you know, well into the 2010s. The high furnaces. Oh, the steel works itself closed in 2012. The furnaces were shut down in 2012. Again, if this steelworks and the coal mine, the Shandong coal mine hadn't closed, I reckon steam would still be going at the Beachy steelworks today if it hadn't shut down. Bosnian Railway's awesome. There's the molten slag being dumped. Amazing. The ladle trucks. Here's another one. Journey beyond soda. I was just thinking that. Steel. They take ages, these ladles, they take ages to tip over, then come back up again. Oh! Clearly, with all that steam that's coming off the molten slag, you can tell how much how hot it is and how much steam's coming off. Oh, that's so satisfying to see it just drop out of the trucks like that and just crumble like that. It's so satisfying to see. That's just so satisfying, seeing those solid chunks of slag just tip out and crumble up like that. Moving forward a little bit now. Shuff, 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 shuff. Again, they use air horns and not. Air horns and not steam whistles, these ones. You live near a steelworks? Got one of these tippers on static display by the entrance? Nice. Is that steelworks still in use? Is that steelworks still open, train guy? Also, what exactly makes Chinese coal so shit? That is so satisfying. Oh, Stan sent a few more images. Hang on, guys. Very nice angle, that. Nice little shunter there. another one. I'll read that in a sec, James. Trash! In a minute, I'll have a look at the last. So it only took us 3 hours. Oh dear. Some of those SY class locomotives. So the mechanism that tips the ladles over. Wonderful. Doesn't burn well in British engines. They weren't designed to build in that kind of coal? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This Chinese narrow gauge railway is still practically uses steam locomotives, though, in practical use, in revenue service. I guess we can count steam locomotive. I guess we can count narrow gauge steam locomotives still in revenue service. Let's see. Oh my god, we got an AI video there. Fuck off. It's like a rail tour though, no. More AI there. Oh, AI. AI can never get the movement of steam locomotive pistons right. It's ridiculous. Oh, this is filmed in March 2000. Filmed in March 2000, this was. So, the very start of the 21st century. So, this still counts. These weren't just in industrial use. Until 2005, steam locomotives were still in use not just in industrial railways, but on the Chinese main lines as well. In floodwater, I know, Levco. Stan wants us... Hang on, Stan says, what do I think of austerities in yellow? Yeah, that looks good actually, Stan. Austerities in yellow don't look too bad at all. So this was filmed in 2000, the beginning of the 21st. Welcome back, Jacob. Jacob, do you find it interesting? Do you find it cool? Here's something I want your opinion on, Jacob. Do you find it cool or weird that Chinese steam locomotives that continued running into the 21st century still used diesel air horns as opposed to steam whistles? Do you find that cool or weird, Jacob? That's what I want to know. I'll ask Electro and Neon that same question when they show up. So yeah. Steam-hauled passenger trains were still a common sight in China all the way up until 2005. Industrial steam trains may have still been in use in China. Industrial steam locomotives may have still been in industrial use in China until a couple of years ago, but all the way up until 2005, steam-hauled passenger trains were still a regular sight in China. I think that's incredible. Whistles on the 08s. Wait, the Class 08 shunters had air whistles? I never knew that. Sorry, what? Shit. What, Jake, what do you mean, wait? Spin-off series in a modern-day timeline where the colleges are never shut. The UK still gets them to use coal? Awesome. Yeah, part of me does wish all our coal mines didn't shut down. I know, Jacob. But Jacob, do you think it's cool or weird that the Chinese steam locomotives used air horns as opposed to whistles? Here we've got a massive... Oh, I can't remember. A wheel slip. Okay, that one sounds like it uses a whistle, but still. Oh, I can't remember what these Chinese 210-2 locomotives were called. Okay, that one still uses a steam whistle, but I think most steam locomotives still use air horns in China. It's interesting. Big long train of tankers there. Oh, it's the Chinese QJ class. That's it. Yeah, I completely forgot. $4,717 QJ class locomotives were built in total, with a total of 25 preserved. They were retired from regular passenger use in 2005, and the QJ class, they were still used in industrial use all the way up until 2010. So they had a good 50-plus year working life for QJs. I think there's the reason there's random boxcars in the middle of these tankers is for protection in case the whole train explodes. Hello, Michael. Lovely to see you. Talking about 21st century steam locomotives in this stream. Steam locomotives that were still being used in the 21st century. At the moment, we're talking about Chinese steam locomotives that were still in use on Chinese main lines until 2005 and on Chinese industrial railways until January 2024. Part of me wishes, as I said, part of me... So look, there's an air horn on a Chinese steam locomotive. Yeah, part of me wishes that China's industrial steam operations had continued. I definitely agree with Stan that industrial steam locomotives definitely make sense in revenue service today. China. Well, that one still uses steam whistle. Sorry for Christmas, so am I. See, a lot of them used air horns, but not all of them. Here we've got another Chinese steam locomotive on a passenger train. Oh, God. China. Yeah. This diesel. Going to Christmas party? Cool. More footage of... Oh wait, that's copyrighted. Jinyang Narrow Gauge Railway. Only when it uses if I want to run out of diesel. I see. Oh wait, these are tourist trains. I thought these were proper revenue earning trains, not tourist trains. Another steam locomotives at the Zhusheng coal mine. This was filmed in 2011. Some more QJ class Chinese locomotives. Hauling some much more modern hopper wagons there, it seems. That's alright, Michael. What, Martin? Coal. More coal shoveling. Diesel passing steam locomotive holding the same modern hoppers. I'm running out of fuel. Huge supply of coal, indeed. Yes, but firing up this steam locomotives. But why even bother paying all that money, paying extra transport fees to get diesel fuel to you if you work a railway at a coal mine when you why even bother when with coal mines fuel sources out there for free? Get a free fuel source with your own coal. Oh, good. I see, Martin. Chinese. Dr. Sayers, Dr.
Certification from the railroad, the decision was made to prepare.
Private line between Bayern to Scheinsberg. There was also a private line in China. Although I said that on the Chinese main lines, regular passenger steam services ceased in 2005, it seems like passenger services continued on this privatized railway line in China until 2013, using these very, very old rusty coaches. Coronation Street. The reason they have one diesel at Korea old shunning jobs down very quickly. Use the steam locomotives to do heavier jobs, travel up and down the NCB lines. Oh yeah, the SY class steam locomotives. They can start using Russell all the time. Interesting, and then it backfires on them when they run out of diesel. Oh, this sounds like this one has both. Sounds like this one both a steam whistle and an air horn. Interesting. How this private railway line in China kept using steam in revenue service. Incredible stuff. Foreigners may not go further up. Oh, why not? Most freight trains are dieselized. Oh, they kept using steam trains for heating of the passengers. Japanese level crossing there. Wow. Lovely stuff. Recorded February 2013. Then waiting ages to heat up the steam, so it would take over. Interesting. Take over later once the steam locomotive is heating up. Interesting. The Jingzheng cast in China, filmed in 2004. But now you won't be blocked, Martin. Oh yeah, they still use double heading on some of these freight trains in China in the early 2000s. They even still use double heading on big heavy freight trains like these. This is hardly any different from big American diesel locomotives hauling really long freight trains. Find a couple to refill a couple of times a month? Yeah, it would serve them right to constantly rely on the diesel, on Russell. Look how long that coal train is! Look how long this train is! This is hardly any different from... Oh, still using a brake van, it seems. This is hardly any different from two huge American diesels pulling a big, massive freight train. That is an awesome sound. See? Horns. This is incredible. Is James still there? Oh my god. Train makes. Except most steam trains usually use steam whistles and not horns. Spire could be. Oh god. I think the SYs are some of the last steam locomotives in use in China. Chinese. SY number 77, number 1772, the very last steam locomotive ever built, mass produced in China in 1999. No promises, Levco. China, and as I said, China's last industrial steam locomotive operations ceased in early 2024, but at least we have a few other places: Bosnia, Poland, Indonesia, and North Korea, where steam is still going strong in regular revenue service. Alright, so for pretty much going to York on Sunday to see Flying Scotsman, awesome. Alright, so for pretty much the entire stream, we've been talking about steam locomotives that are still in regular revenue earning service, be they on regional passenger trains or industrial freight trains. Steam locomotives still in revenue earning service today. But what about steam locomotives that were actually built in the 21st century? Well, let's now talk about those, starting with the most obvious one, number 60163, the LNER A1 Peppercorn Tornado. The first steam locomotive built in this country in 48 years. So Evening Star, the 9F, built all the way back in March 1960 and only ran for 5 years. Then there was a massive gap of about 50 years until Tornado was completed. Here's Tornado on a recent rail tour. This was filmed only 2 days ago. And I travel behind Tornado at the Bluebell Railway's Giants of Steam Gala. None of the original Peppercorn A1s were, were preserved, sadly. But one day, somewhere, I think outside the National Railway Museum, someone found the blueprints for the Peppercorn A1 in a skip outside the National Railway Museum. And they thought, hey, why don't we build another one of these since we've got the blueprints? And with the boiler being built in Germany, but every other component built here in the UK, they did just that. And in 2008, Tornado, the first brand new steam locomotive built since 1960, was rolled out. And here he is, hauling the Christmas White Rose just 2 days ago. God, it looks as though it was built in the 1940s, doesn't it? But was in fact built in 2008. Oh, can you guys tell why the Peppercorn A1s and 2s are my second favourite locomotives behind the 9Fs? Oh, Tornado's chime whistle sounds amazing. Tornado actually has 2 whistles, a very high-pitched one near the cab, and then another much deeper chime whistle next to its right-hand smoke deflector. Well, I personally see Tornado as a he, Stan, but I do agree, he does look good in Brunswick green, but he looks even better in his British Railways apple green. Oh yeah, the A1 Steam Trust, who owned Tornado, had a falling out with West Coast Railways recently, so now they can't pull them. Here's Tornado in his apple green livery. British Railways Apple Green. I hope Tornadoes return to Apple Green eventually. The Bath and Bristol Express. No diesel on the back either. Yeah, most mainline rail tours these days have a diesel on the back to help with shunting and reversing moves, and also to give the train a bit of a push whenever it needs it, like when going up steep gradients. Tornado managing it just fine there, without any diesel on the back. As I said, I think this was 2019. Bath and Bristol Christmas Express. Nah. Either Brunswick Green or Apple Green looks best on him. He looks good in blue, train guy, but he looks even better in either Brunswick Green or Apple Green. Yes, I do really like, most of the time, honestly, most of the time, I do prefer BR Express Blue over Brunswick Green, but honestly, I think Brunswick Green looks better on the Peppercorn A1s. Apple Blue. I agree, Levco. Here he comes. Again, with no diesel on the back. No diesel assistance. It's always a treat to see steam locomotives running on the national network these days, but it's an even bigger treat when steam locomotives run on the main lines these days without a diesel on the back. Still there, Stan? Oh my lord. Incredible. Yeah, my trip on the Cumbrian Mountain Express behind Tangmere would have been even better if there wasn't a Class 47 on the back. It would have been even more authentic. Still, though, lovely stuff. That's a nice photo he got. Here's Tornado in his Express Blue livery. Very fortunate timing indeed. See you later, Michael. Thanks for coming. Again, Tornado does look good in Express Blue, but Brunswick Green or no diesel on the back either. But Express Blue still looks better. And last summer was like extremely hot. We just had steam ban after steam ban after steam ban. Thankfully, last July it seems like Tornado was able to evade the many steam bans being implemented around the country last summer, and haul the White Rose to York last July. This was right before the A1 Trust fell out with West Coast Rail. So I would have loved to have done this rail tour. I was supposed to do the Atlantic Coast Express behind Tornado down to Exeter. could have a diesel on the back. Oh god, it looked like he was being pushed at this point. Tornado was hardly doing any of the work. Yeah, Mark II coaches. Currently, West Coast Rail are having to use their Mark II coaches because they can't be asked to fit their Mark Is with central locking, which is a requirement now. Hello, Ruru. I don't see them. You've got a video of this rail tour on your channel? Oh, nice. Can you send a link? Let's have a look at it then, train guy. It was the Jolly... Wait, is it... Actually, it might have been the White Rose it was on. Not the Jolly Fisherman. Still, it looks like you captured a good shot here, train guy. Yeah, you did very well, train guy. Running backwards. I can tell. Still, looks like you did a good job capturing Tornado here. Great Britain XIV. Here it is. Tornado on the White Rose. Sounds like those people haven't seen Tornado. Coasting through the station. Lovely. Oh! I know these aren't like... This isn't... Mayflower and Duke of Gloucester double heading on the Bath and Bristol Christmas Express. They didn't mention this. Oh my god, this is incredible. Don't make it run too fast. Why do they need a diesel on the back when they've got two steam locomotives? Double heading. That is an amazing sight. Duke of Gloucester and Mayflower on one train. Incredible. I guess it's kind of relevant, though, because I guess Duke of Gloucester was one of the engines that proved that steam can still live on Duke of Gloucester once all its problems were fixed when it entered preservation. It proved that steam locomotives could still be just as capable as diesels. Oh, God. In place of the excursion. Most of the work. Scupper by service train. Quick shot of what is this? Back to the BBC. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this YouTube poop. I've seen this YouTube poop. Ow, shit. Oh yeah, Tornado was also one of the first steam locomotives to hit 100 miles an hour in the preservation era. Lovely. Yeah, Tornado departing with the Jolly Fisherman.
It must be as smooth as silk.
Smooth may be, but with the needle all the way over, anything but quiet. It took two men sharing the shovel to provide tons of coal to satisfy Tornado's voracious appetite.
Trailing wind, anything?
Anything. Everyone jump up in the air.
Yep, Tornado hit 100 miles an hour.
The power that you need to do this is quite astonishing, really, I think.
If there was any problem on the footplate, they would have backed off as soon as they'd done the ton, and they're just cruising in the high 90s. It must be as smooth as silk.
Smooth may be, but with the needle all the way over, anything but quiet. It took two men sharing the shovel to provide tons of coal to satisfy Tornado's voracious appetite. As they returned to York, the driver and fireman were cheered.
Quite rocky in performance.
Want to be able to regularly run at 90, and as margins on the
Performance.
and that extra margin meant something very special. Tornado is usually limited to 75 miles.
But we now want to be able to go beyond that and just give ourselves that extra margin of safety and performance.
And that extra margin meant something very special. Tornado is usually limited to 75 miles an hour, like other steam engines on the main line. They want to be able to regularly run at 90, and as part of the test, they had official permission to reach the magic three figures.
Come on! Trailing wind, anything?
Everyone jump up in the air.
Yes!
Oh, God!
I was so pleased when I heard that Tornado hit 100. Tornado is without question the Flying Scotsman of the 21st century. Do you guys agree?
Come on, girl!
Oh, come on! No!
York beckons.
They managed to hit 100 just in time before they hit the 100 mile an hour curve.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Right?
Who set out to build a brand new steam engine.
Yeah, there's a documentary showing the construction of Tornado over the course of the time.
And from scratch, they're absolutely chuffed.
I'm sure they would be.
This is the story of a dream.
Yeah, this is how Tornado was outshopped just originally just in that white livery. And when I first heard the news of Tornado being completed, I thought it was just going to stay in that whitish grey livery.
That's £3 million.
Not realising it could be
I think we may have emptied the tank. That isn't a good thing.
Which many said was impossible.
No, it wasn't impossible.
Sorry, the screwdriver's a bit damp.
Blow down starting.
What happens if you try to build a brand new mainline steam engine from scratch?
Can you start with the one at the top, Alan?
Yes, I can.
It's the washer to go with.
Yes.
Nut 13 and bolt.
So how do you actually want it to...
These enthusiasts have a plan. They want to build one of these. 49 A1 class locomotives were built just after the war. They were rendered extinct by the scrapman in the 60s. So, in 1990, a group of men came up with an idea.
1990.
Build a brand new one.
It started off as almost, I think, a pub discussion with the back of an envelope, 6 men round the table or so, discussing, wouldn't it be nice to have an A1? And rather than that conversation ending with, yes, it would be nice, wouldn't it? And nothing happening, it was taken a bit further and sort of an outline plan produced, an idea as to whether it would actually be feasible and whether the money could be raised.
Based in London, Mark Allett is a full-time marketing man. He found himself drawn into the scheme early on, convincing others and then getting them to part with their cash.
Okay. Have you had a chance to go through the costings that Rob sent through?
The biggest challenge right from that time was from the people who said it won't happen, it can't happen, you'll never do it. It was the sceptics.
The doubters may have had a point. While there are plenty of restored steam engines, nothing this ambitious had ever been tried before.
Hello, we're raffling off the headboard, £65 or £1 each in each direction. A straight donation will be fine then.
In every sort of thing I've been involved in, there's always a lot of people who know how to spend money. There are very, very few, if any, who actually know how to raise it. And so we came up with the idea of a lot of people giving a small amount of money on a regular basis.
'90s computer.
Setting the drawing side.
3 years in, there's enough money to get the original plans out of the National Railway Museum in York.
Nice.
At the computer,
Hello, Neon. Nice to see you. Trying to sell a nameplate. Nice to see you, Neon. At the moment, we're talking about steam locomotives that were built in the 21st century. We've already talked lots about steam locomotives still running revenue service in the 21st century. Now we're talking about steam locomotives built in the 21st century, like Tornado.
These drawings were in random rolls, as they'd been effectively rescued out of a skip several years earlier when the locomotive works had been throwing out all the steam drawings. If we had had to sit down and redraw this locomotive from scratch, it would have probably doubled the total amount of effort required, because we would have effectively been designing a new complex machine to run on the railway.
While the nascent British Railways built the A1s, they were designed by Arthur Peppercorn, the last chief mechanical engineer of the London and North Eastern Railway.
Arthur Peppercorn.
At an early project meeting, his widow Dorothy offers strong support.
Hang on, guys.
They were designed by Arthur Peppercorn, the last chief mechanical engineer of the London and North Eastern Railway. At an early project meeting, his widow Dorothy offers strong support, and a bold promise is made. The new engine would be a genuine 50th member of the A1 class, rather than a replica.
Quite a lot of heat. I know.
Genuine fifth, and a bold promise is made. The new engine would be a genuine 50th member of the A1 class, rather than a replica.
Exactly, genuine 50th member.
In 1994, Dorothy is able to press the button to cut the first bits of metal.
Cut the first bits of metal in 1994.
Rather than a replica. In 1994,
guys. Hang on, what's announced? The A1 Peppercorn, ruler of the East Coast Main Line.
The new
Well,
engine
it would have been after the withdrawal of the A3s and 4s if Steam had been allowed to carry on.
Widow Dorothy offers strong support, and a bold promise is made. The new engine would be a genuine 50th member of the A1 class, rather than a replica.
Well, I don't know.
In 1994, Dorothy is able to press the button to cut the first bits of metal. There were high hopes the engine could be finished by the millennium.
Nah, that wasn't happened.
It was soon taking shape at the Trust's HQ, an old converted carriage shed in Darlington. It even had a name, but progress was slow.
What we hadn't got to at that stage was to reach a critical mass in terms of having the finances available to build things any faster.
All the original peppercorns were scrapped. Thankfully, we've still got Tornado filling its place now.
In terms of
okay, bye Rob, thanks for coming. By the way, Neon, we had loads of technical difficulties tonight earlier in the stream, and that coupled with the fact that I've just got so much to say tonight, and me having the energy for it means I've decided we're going to go till 11:30 tonight.
What we hadn't got to at that stage was to reach a critical
Going to
mass.
base referencing the Top Gear thing he did with on Tornado. Nice.
In terms of having the finances available to build things any faster.
No requests, mine. Not having the finances to build any faster. That's a shame.
But progress was slow.
What we hadn't got to at that stage was to reach a critical mass.
Indeed.
In terms of having the finances available to build things any faster. 49 A1s were built in 2 sites in under 2 years, which is a phenomenal achievement. But
you're going to go now. All right, Stan. If you're tired now, I understand. Thanks for coming, Stan.
Progress was slow.
See you next week.
What we hadn't got to at that stage was to reach a critical mass.
What do you mean you don't feel that welcome anymore? Of course you're welcome here. You always have been.
Progress was slow.
What we hadn't got to at that stage.
Despite what you've done in the past, you've always been welcome, Stan.
In terms of having the finances available to build things any faster. 49 A1s were built in 2 sites in under 2 years, which is a phenomenal achievement. But there would
49 were built in under 2 years. Awesome.
49 A1s were built in 2 sites in under 2 years, which is a phenomenal achievement. But there would probably thousands of people involved in that project doing that.
Indeed.
The new Peppercorn A1 will also fill a gap in railway history. A lot of examples of express engines from the East Coast
what is it,
involved in that project doing that.
Still there, Neil?
The new Peppercorn A1 will also fill a gap in railway history. A lot of examples of express engines from the East Coast Main Line have been preserved.
I see, Stan. But regardless of that, of course you're still welcome here, regardless of that.
49 A1s were built in 2 sites in under 2 years, which is a phenomenal achievement. But there would probably thousands of people involved in that project doing that.
The new Peppercorn A1 will also fill a gap in railway history. A lot of examples of express engines from the East Coast Main Line have been preserved. The A1 is a missing link.
Yes,
they were a good, fast express engine. The A1s have their place, particularly in the post-war era of identity with high-speed operation on particularly the East Coast Main Line, the east of England.
By the time the new engine has its wheels, the year 2000 has long gone. It's proving to be a complicated job.
In the days when steam locomotives were in mainstream production, most railway workshops were virtually self-contained. In extremis, crew works would take in pig iron at one end of the process and send out complete locomotives at the other. What this meant was that all the skills you needed and knowledge was contained within the workshop.
Indeed.
Ready? Yeah, we're off.
Nitrogen.
It's relearning lost skills from the past.
Exactly, relearning lost skills from the past.
Plus, application.
Actually, Electro might like this documentary, seeing as it's
relearning
as
lost
it's
skills
engineering
from the
related.
past. Plus, application of as much new technology as we realistically can, where it saves money and makes the whole process safer and simpler.
We've actually had components for the locomotive built not only throughout the UK, but also across the world as well. And it's been finding those cottage industries that could do things.
And some parts are being built in a garden shed in West Yorkshire.
Yes.
I always describe myself as one man, a boy and a dog setup. I've been
Still there, Neon?
And some parts are being built in a garden shed in West Yorkshire.
I always describe myself as one man, a boy and a dog setup. I've been self-employed now for 20 odd years and I'm totally unemployable by anybody else.
Ian Howitt is an independent engineer with the job of building the frames for Tornado's tender. Today, they need to be turned over to work on the other side. Space is tight.
There was never a panic. You think there's a, when it's happening, you make a dive for it, but no,
okay,
we
great,
weren't
Neon.
in danger of knocking the wall down.
Hope Electro
We've
shows
done
up.
lots and lots of
He hasn't shown
smaller
all so
bits, motion pins, brake gear, brake hangers, a lot of work actually on site in Darlington, doing the routine sort of fitting
on-site work in
and
Darlington.
fitting and general handwork that's involved with this type of project.
But the major challenge is finding the new engines beating hard. Without a boiler to make steam, it's going nowhere.
Exactly.
But they're not exactly available off the shelf.
No. Nor is any component. Major component of steam locomotive. Yeah, Tornado's boiler had to be built in Germany. Same goes for the other project that the A1 Steam Trust are working on, the P2, which we'll talk about in a minute.
The search takes the trust 1,000 miles from Darlington to the fairy tale former East German town of Meiningen.
Meiningen's just a bit weird, really, I suppose, in the fact that you suddenly arrived there and there was almost this Doncaster or Darlington works from the 1960s that had been preserved in aspic and was able to
hand-built is the British way, indeed.
There, and there was almost
and the German
this
way.
a Doncaster or Darlington works from the 1960s that had been. There was all.
What do you mean? They weren't boring at all, Levco. No steam locomotive is boring. Not even the austerities, really. Even Stan found the Chinese ones interesting.
Just a bit weird, really, I suppose, in the fact that you suddenly arrived there and there was almost this a Doncaster or Darlington works from the 1960s that had been preserved in aspic and was able to do so many of the things that we just wish we'd have been able to do in our own country.
Boiler welding.
The Germans rise to the challenge of building a boiler which should meet modern safety regulations.
Good.
We were provided with the old drawings from the National Archives at York, and we converted the original design, which was riveted boiler, to an all-welded, all-steel boiler.
Okay, so it's more or less the same boiler, only welded, not riveted.
The Germans rise to the challenge of building a boiler which should meet modern safety regulations.
Yes, they are indeed, Neon.
To the challenge of building a boiler.
Shame you weren't here when we were talking about the Chinese
regulations.
locomotives.
We were provided with the old drawings from the National Archives at York.
It's all right.
And we converted the original design, which was riveted boiler, to
Dampflokwerk. Dampflok is the German word for steam locomotives. Work must
We
be
converted the original design, which was riveted boiler, to an all-welded, all-steel boiler.
All welded, all steel, so it wasn't even all steel, the original boiler.
And we
the original
converted
A1
the
boiler.
drawings from the National Archives at York, and we converted the original design, which was riveted boiler, to an all-welded, all-steel boiler.
For the project supporters, this is a milestone. The boiler is Tornado's biggest and most expensive component.
That goes for all steam locomotives. The boiler is indeed the biggest and most expensive part of any
The
steam
boiler is
locomotive.
Tornado's biggest and most expensive component.
They all feel like little fathers of this project, I think, because they all donated money to it.
We have a
Nice.
special deal
Still
we can
there,
do
Neil?
for you
Oh,
just
you
for
asked,
this
yeah, you
trip.
asked.
£50.
Money to it.
We have a special deal we can do for you just for this trip. £50 for the small ones, £400 for the slightly bigger ones. So if anyone would like to sign up to help us support the boiler, we'll be taking names in the cafeteria.
All the boiler tubes.
Boilers are incredibly flexible things. And as the pressure rises and falls over, over a cycle of steaming, this tube plate will flex and will actually, if that plate was just teed on.
I think they're possibly one of only a couple of places in the world that could do this now, so we're impressed. I'm an engineer in the aerospace industry, and this is good work, I know.
Still there, Neon?
The design is the key area for us coming to Meiningen. I mean, yes, they have a wonderful fabrication facility, but we could have got this done in a British factory. East Germany was operating steam till 1988. The regulations in this country have kept up with welding and other techniques, whereas the regulations in the UK as far as steam locomotives stopped in 1970.
It's the thing that people said would never happen. Every stage we got to, they said, well, yes, you can do that bit, but the boiler. You'll never get to the boiler. And of course we have, and it's the first time a boiler for a British steam locomotive is being built of this size since probably 1961. I've always believed in the fact we would find a way of finishing it. We found a way of solving every single problem we've come across to date.
Nice.
I could have got it made in this country. No disrespect to the A1 Trust, but they felt that they wanted somebody to make it who had a track record in building boilers.
There we are, the new boiler.
Substantial fabrication facilities available.
Coming
That
all
was
the
my
way
big
from
disappointment,
Germany.
to make it who had a track record in building boilers. We do still have fairly substantial fabrication facilities available. That was my big disappointment, that it wasn't made in this country.
Doesn't matter, though, it's got made at all.
But it's not the end of the job. There's still time for Ian to prove Tornado can be the best of British.
We're at the stage now where we do all these bits and the engine doesn't actually look any different. Putting the wheels under takes a day and everybody comes along and says, oh, you've done something. And we've now got lots and lots of bits like this. What we're doing, this is the valve spindle crosshead surrounded by this mould. We are going to pour this white metal, which is a mixture of tin and lead. This is a routine process that was done every day in any big running shed in the country.
For as well.
Which is
I remember when the news of Tornado being completed first broke. That was the first I ever heard about Tornado when it first.
This is a routine
when it first came into service. But when I was watching it, that news article for the first time, I had no idea it was a brand new steam locomotive. I didn't pick up on that until a few years later.
What we're doing, this is the valve spindle crosshead surrounded by this mould. We are going to pour this white metal, which is a mixture of tin and lead. This is a routine process that was done every day in any big running shed in the country. Sorry, the screwdriver was a bit damp. We have a new bit of technology, which is a laser infrared thermometer, which tells us what temperature it is. The trouble with all these digital things is they never make their mind up what they want. The tech is not very high on this, I fear. I just think danger of burning one's pinkies here. It's very much a budget type process because we're only doing 3. You know, if we were building a batch of 50 and we'd have 150 of these to do, we'd probably spend a week on making the sophisticated fixture up. We've spent about half a day making that.
Oh, God.
We are basically different from most restoration projects. Normal locomotive restoration is 80% good DIY skills and it's 20% serious engineering. Because we haven't got lots of rusty components to take to pieces, we're the other way round. We're 80% serious engineering and 20% DIY skills.
Another year slips past, another big job is underway, and another key player joins the team.
The boiler.
How much you got your side on the car taxi?
Lifting the boiler into the frame.
Graham Bunker is the project's operations director. His knowledge of steam is encyclopedic, like how to stop a half-built engine.
Oh my god, it was rolling.
Chaps, it can't be done. So chaps, it can't be done.
It's not quite there yet, but you know.
21 tons of boiler must be carefully guided onto Tornado's frames. This is the first time it has been offered up to the engine, and it needs to fit precisely first time.
It's a tight fit.
Well, yeah.
About an inch.
Fortunately, this bit of cross-Europe unification goes perfectly.
As one of our guys said, we managed to get the boiler onto the locomotive without having to resort to an angle grinder once. And that is a great tribute to the accuracy the Germans managed to build into it.
They managed to get it on without using an angle grinder once.
As one of our guys said, we managed to get the boiler onto the locomotive without having to resort to an angle grinder once. And that is a great tribute to the accuracy the Germans managed to build into it.
What we have outside.
Accuracy the Germans managed to build into it.
What we have outside is an area that has never had track in it before. So when the boiler went onto the frames, it sort of shrunk a bit, and it sunk into the ground, which meant getting it back in on a little bit of a slope was a bit more hard than we thought it was going to be.
Almost. That's it.
So we had forklift trucks pulling, we had Land Rovers pushing, we had people pushing, and in the end we had a winch as well, and we got her in.
Elsewhere, the tender tank is taking shape. As the form of a peppercorn A1 emerges, construction steps up a gear.
Good.
I honestly think you're going to have to cut back half an inch there and 3/8 on that side.
Ian Howitt's tender frames arrive.
Whoa. Something went.
And are finally united with their wheels.
Look at that. Right to the bit of wood.
So am I.
Right, yeah, that's it, lovely.
This neon disappeared.
And they actually atomise oil so that the pistons are being lubricated as they're running in the cylinder.
The oil comes in under pressure from the
automatic boiling.
And then it's exiting.
It's the time of year for Tornado supporters to get together. By now, 1,500 people are regularly giving money, some of them since day one, and it won't be long before their faith is tested.
You can turn this by hand when you lift this locomotive with all the rods.
You turn it by hand?
By hand.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Eh?
Just to remind everybody, as part of our mission to fill in the £66,000 gap.
I mean, there's a lot of people said you'll never do it.
There's always doubting Tom.
There it is, yeah.
I think they're wonderful, the fact they've actually managed to hold it together and really get it off the ground. And I mean, it's proof today when you look at the size of it and you think, yes, this is going to work.
Asian train's not your thing, why not?
To how it is today, and it is absolutely, first class.
I'm pretty sure you live closer to China than I do.
I've seen it from nothing to how it is today, and it is absolutely, first class.
Say cheese, everybody! Is everyone ready?
January 2008. 40 years after British Railways did away with mainline steam, Tornado waits silently and unspoilt, ready for a big day. If all goes to plan, it should make steam.
Bloody hope so. Pushing it out by hand.
Once we get it over the top, we'll have trouble stopping it then.
But first,
Preferred British
100
ones,
tons of engine.
fair, and Australian ones as well, no doubt. What about American ones?
Once we get it over the top, we'll have trouble stopping it then.
But first, 100 tons of engine has to be manhandled into place.
I like it
Correct,
somewhat
Australia
to
near
depends when you
nearer
know
to
the
China
truck will
than.
have trouble stopping it, Les.
But first, 100 tons of engine has to be manhandled into place.
I liken it somewhat to sitting in the hospital while your wife's having a baby. It's the sense of anticipation. You know what you're hoping to achieve, but you're never so totally certain until it's happened.
Malcolm Crawley, a former Doncaster apprentice who worked on the original A1s, has the honour of throwing in the first lumps of coal.
Wow.
Then, Arthur Peppercorn's widow Dorothy, now in her 90s, carries everyone's prayers on a lighted splint.
Dorothy Peppercorn's probably dead now.
Yes, I'm fine now. No, I'm very proud. It was my husband. He wouldn't have believed it anyway. He wouldn't believe anything like this could happen.
That's it.
I'm just, choked. Absolutely choked. It's just, she's alive now. First time.
Finally alive.
Yeah, and we're nearly there.
But the project will only succeed if Tornado passes this first big test. Over the next 2 days, the engine will be warmed up slowly, steadily, raising the pressure in the boiler.
Put the boiler cladding on as well.
48 hours later, it's breakfast.
How is it?
Cooking breakfast on the fire.
At Gasmark 25.
Cooking breakfast on the fire.
Fantastic.
Wow. Lovely.
17 years we've been waiting for that sandwich.
The serious business of the day is in the hands of...
Hello, Electro.
Inspector
Lovely
John
to
Days.
finally see you here. At long last, I know. So, for the whole stream, we've been talking about... We've been talking about steam locomotives that still operate in proper revenue-earning service. In the 21st century. Now we've moved on to talking about locomotives built in the 21st century. These being Tornado.
Inspector John Glaze.
Well, I've just answered
If
that
he isn't happy
question.
with the steam test, it will be a big setback.
This is Tornado. This is Tornado
17
under
years of
construction
waiting
back
for
in
that
2008.
The serious business of the day is in the hands of professional boiler inspector John Glaze.
Neil was here a moment ago,
If he
just
isn't
let you know
happy
you're
with
here.
the steam test, it will be a big setback. Glaze. If he isn't happy with the steam test, it will be a big setback.
Some fireless
The
engines,
purpose is to
indeed.
take the
Still
boiler-
working. Yeah, like in sugar milk, like in Indonesia, we've been talking about. This is the peppercorn A1, which I've told you about before, Electro. The peppercorn A1 Tornado. You'd like this documentary, Electro. It's very heavy engineering related stuff. Here, they're pressure testing the Tornado's boiler that was actually built in Germany, not here in the UK. Tornado's boiler was actually built in Germany. This was the first time they pressure tested the boiler. Yep, all steam engines have to have their boilers pressure tested. They have to go through a full pressure test before they can be before the steam locomotive boilers are deemed safe to use, and then they get a boiler certificate that shows that it is safe to use, and that lasts 10 years. And when that 10 years is up, Electro, the whole engine has to be taken out of service for a full overhaul.
It will be a big setback.
Soon Prince of Wales will be built? Yeah, we'll talk about Prince of Wales in a moment, Jacob, after we finish watching this documentary. But before we talk about Prince of Wales, now Electro's arrived, we'll talk about the new build steam locomotive me and him travelled behind when we went to the Bluebell Railway together,
With the
Beachy
steam
Head.
test, it will be a big setback.
The purpose
Once we
is to
finish
take
this
the boiler up
documentary
to its maximum working
training guide.
pressure, indeed slightly above, to check that it's
Yeah, yes, Electro. Steam locomotives have to be able to withstand well above their working steam pressure.
Take the boiler up to its maximum working pressure, indeed slightly above, to check that it's not leaking anywhere, that it is performing as expected, and to give us an opportunity to set the safety valves up to the correct release pressure. And then one has just gone off there, as you can hear.
Yeah,
in
the safety
background.
valves.
Up on the makeshift footplate, it's a moment for celebration.
The most basic
boiler
safety
reaches
device
full
to
working
ensure
pressure.
boiler pressure doesn't get too high.
250 pounds per square inch.
Wow, yeah, 250 pounds per square inch, which is pretty much the standard boiler pressure for large express locomotives like Tornado.
Blow down, starting!
Blow down valve.
Just making sure there's any leaks which are going to be detrimental to the working of the boiler. This is streets ahead compared to a heritage locomotive. With a heritage locomotive, you're dealing with something that's 50 or 60 years old, and you always get weeps and dribbles. But on this, we don't have anything.
Yeah, brand new locomotive, no defects whatsoever, because it's a brand new locomotive. Well, it was
We've got a
in
problem.
2008.
We can't get any more water. I don't know where it's gone to. I think we may have emptied the tank.
Oh
That
dear.
isn't a good thing. Where are we filling it up?
Emptied the tank
When are
too
you
much.
filling it
Oh
up?
dear.
See what we do. I want some more water in this.
Well, it fills up automatically, but it's got our water supply on it, so it's not quickly is the answer.
Not
so
quickly.
I think we need to damp that fairly quickly. This is a request for water, but it's a very urgent one.
Oh, okay.
No, there is no fire as such. We need water in emergency.
And now let's fast forward, and there he is, Electro. This is Tornado when he was the finished locomotive, Tornado.
Well done, David. That is going backwards. Now,
The finished locomotive, still in its white and grey livery, just needed to be painted up, and boom, it was ready for rail tours.
Downhill this way, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it might be slightly, and then it should go up at the end.
Boiler cladding was put on. Oh, you hear that electrical to hands him down. Personal favourite? Well, oh yeah, you did see the list that I... Oh, wait, actually no, spoilers. Yeah, yes, I did say it's second... The peppercorn A1s and A2s are indeed some of my favourites. The reason it's called Tornado, this engine, it's nothing to do with the actual weather phenomena. And apparently I recently found out that the reason it's called Tornado is because to pay respects to like an RAF division, like, and the Tornado fighter jets.
Yeah, we're not going to win much going backwards.
Pay respects to an RAF fighter division like many of the peppercorn A1s were named after.
It's meant to be a private performance, but the word is soon out.
There's the whistle.
No one has seen a brand new British mainline steam engine since Evening Star was finished. Back
Well,
in
actually,
1960.
Aeroline's favourite locomotive is the 9Fs, like myself, but the peppercorn A1s are still our second favourite.
Tornado's on the move, heading for the Great Central, a heritage railway in Leicestershire.
Now Tornado's ready to be
Suddenly,
painted up.
the Darlington Works, where blood, sweat, and occasional tears were poured
Occasional
into it,
tears.
are empty. It's the end of the beginning.
The end of the beginning.
I like it to think stop. Well,
Yep, undergoing full steaming tests on the Great Central Railway.
Tornado performs faultlessly through weeks of official tests, which means, after years of patience, the people who paid for it are the first in line for a ticket to ride.
This train 11:55 service, Tornado Special. All aboard, please. All aboard.
The first train that Tornado ever pulled on the Great Central Railway. Yes, indeed. Jacob's local heritage railway, Electro, the Great Central Railway. Running over the route of the old Great Central Main Line from Sheffield right through the middle of the country down to London Marylebone. And when the reunification of the two parts of the preserved Great Central Railway is finally done, Electro. I'm hoping that me, you, Jacob, and Neon can all meet up there to celebrate the reunification of the two halves of the Great Central Railway, Loughborough to Leicester, and then there's also the Nottinghamshire section from Loughborough to Ruddington. Old Central Railway. What made you say it's the Old Central Railway? It's the Great Central Railway.
There's the smell and there's the sound, and I think it's just fantastic.
Yeah, the first passenger train tornado ever pulled was on the Great Central Railway. Wonder what the first mainline rail tour it ever pulled was.
That unfortunately this country has done away with over the past few years and that proves what we are able to do.
Tornado would later be painted in apple green as opposed to that whitish grey livery first introduced with.
Is quite an amazing experience.
Oh, it was because of the steam ban that the Great Central Railway was reopened as a heritage railway, was it, Jacob?
Is Graham.
Interesting.
Now in his mid-30s, he was only 16 when this extraordinary idea was hatched.
Indeed. Gets in its path. It's the Great Central Railway, Electro, not the Old Central Railway. The Small Central Railway!
Of all those people, and you can
Great and small, I see.
So many delighted, happy people who are just having a fantastic day.
Way to run mainline engines at that speed.
Steam locomotive that disappeared 40 years ago.
Yeah, sometimes they do run engines on the Great Central Railway at over 25 miles an hour, faster than on normal heritage railways for like photo charters and special runs and things.
Doing what you're designed to do, pulling a first passenger train, and more importantly, watching the face.
It's also the only standard gauge steam railway in the country to use double track.
And you could just see there were so many delighted, happy people who are just having a fantastic day.
This is
Electro, if you're still there, Neon's here.
Steam locomotive that disappeared 40 years ago. We're travelling on a bit of railway that shut over 40 years ago and is still here. There must be a lot of people out there who want this to happen.
Yes, we did indeed.
I'm going to go and build another one, haven't I?
Go build another one, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're building the P2 Prince of Wales. The not-so-great Central Railway.
It's seen as a minority interest. It was thrown out 4 decades ago. Yet steam has always had the power to inspire.
Minority interest, my arse. Oh, he's got money here.
Mainline specials. Perhaps some of these first-time passengers will be along for the ride. Maybe they'll grow up to have steam dreams of their own. Because now they know it can be done.
And it's being done again with Prince of Wales.
It is just fantastic to not to have to defend your interest, but actually to have people come up to you and say, I can't believe what you and your colleagues have done. That is just amazing.
There we are, full history of Tornado. Now, Electro, just confirm that you're still there, and then we'll talk about Beachy Head, the new build steam locomotive the two of us rode behind. I don't know, I'm not sure, Jacob. Take along Molly, yes. While we wait for Electra, just confirm he's still here. See, it's a much longer boiler. Again, it was delivered from Mannheim in Germany. This boiler. Unfortunately,
The project
this
to
video...
build Britain's most powerful steam
This is an
locomotive
AI
celebrated a
voiceover.
significant pound. Locomotives 2007 trust.
But the boiler for the P2 has been delivered, so...
Said shape. The boiler is
it
the
won't be
beating
long
heart
now
of any
until the
locomotive
P2's
and
ready.
is the largest and most expensive component. Its delivery today is a message of intent as we look forward to Prince of Wales steaming for the first time.
It won't be long at all now until Prince of Wales is ready.
We are delighted to be building on that proud heritage, here in Darlington where it all began with locomotion number 1 200 years ago.
Ugh, AI voice, but other than that, amazing stuff. Even got little struts at the bottom to hold its own weight. You can even see the firebox door as well. So it's both the boiler and the firebox that are usually built at the same time with these locomotives.
The project to build a new...
Yeah, usually the boiler and the firebox are built at the same time.
Is expected to cost around £7 million.
£7 million, bloody hell.
A1 SLT would like to...
And this new boiler only arrived one day ago.
UK for their service and professionalism in enabling the arrival of the boiler into the UK and are SS Limited for the provision of a suitable wagon to accommodate the new boiler.
Still there, Neon and Jacob? Massive W. That AI voiceover was an L though, but other than that... Yeah, Prince of Wales, the P2. Brand new P2 being built from the rails up. All 6 original P2s were scrapped. For some reason, all steam locomotives in the country are classified as Class 98. Project's taken 12 years so far. SolidWorks. Oh, that would be interesting for Electro to know. That Prince of Wales's boiler was built using SolidWorks. Designed using SolidWorks. I added this bit here earlier today. Boiler delivered. Expected to be completed in 2027. Well, now that the new boiler's arrived, I'd say that date is possible. Prince of Wales being completed in 2027 is definitely doable. What do I think now? Oh, God. Tornado and Prince of Wales running alongside each other there. Minor redesign. There's a new cylinder block. Frames are original designs. Gonna get me this time. Nah, it looks better in apple green. goodness. Tired now. Going up. Why did I do that? Prince of Wales's boiler cladding was shown. Had its boiler cladding on, but then it had to be taken off. So it could... Ugh. So the boiler could actually be put in. Hang on. Electro disappears right as I'm about to talk about this thing you'd be interested in. So another engine, new build engine, that I have not only travelled behind at the Bluebell Railway, but also, yes, what was also completed fairly recently was Betton Grange. It's Grange class, Betton Grange.
Danger, do...
Oh, I haven't transferred the clips from the Giants of Steam Gala to here yet, so... Oh yeah, all those other new build steam locomotive projects. So many under construction at the moment. I just thought I'd mention Prince of Wales because his boiler was delivered yesterday. Your favourite of the new builds? What, Betton Grange is your favourite of the new builds? Or Unknown Warrior? Built between 1998 and 2024. Took nearly 30 years. Based at the Gloucestershire and Warwickshire Railway at the moment. Frames were cut from new metal. The boiler was used from the boiler came from a scrapped Great Western Railway modified hall. Sorry, did you say that Betton Grange was your favourite of the new builds? And why is Betton Grange your favourite of the new builds, train guy? Willington Hall, Witherslack Hall, Burton Agnes Hall, Formark Hall. So yeah, Betton Grange's boiler came from a scrapped, modified hall class, returned for the first time to operational condition since 1960 from the 2010 donation. Retied at South Down Railway. Front bogie borrowed from another hall. Casting and machining of a new pair of cylinders. The frames and cylinders are all new on Betton Grange. Temporarily using a tender from Foxcote Manor. 350-gallon collet tender is currently being constructed for permanent use. Yeah, I do much prefer the higher capacity collet tenders. And the cab cut from new metal as well. So yeah, more or less the exact same engine. Yellow train crossing body lines. More or less a brand new... So yeah. This still... Even though it does use components from other locomotives, from other Great Western engines, Betton Grange is still a brand new locomotive. Here we are. This is a web page I should have showed you guys earlier in the stream. Steam locomotives of the 21st century. They're very subject to this stream. Built for Heritage Railways USA. Two railways in New South Wales still operated steam locomotives until 1983 and 1987 respectively. Switching operations in China, North Korea and Bosnia. And of course in Indonesia. Oh, apparently Eritrea, another dictatorship country, steam locomotives are apparently still used in irregular service. They haul coal trains until 2022. Only a few switches remain after that. Steam engines have been brought back into revenue service due to oil shortages in North Korea. Several sugarcane tramways still use steam locomotives. Oh, and there's also some railways in Cuba that continue to use steam locomotives being used on sugarcane plantations. Oh, I forgot about the advanced steam construction, 580 advanced steam locomotive. Narrow gauge, brand new. Ned Mountain Railway X class. Diriging Himalayan Railway B class in 2004. Alright, see you next week, train guy. Thanks for coming. Australian State Railways OBB. Conversion from Mainly Hall. See, the thing is, you guys may not agree with me, but I do not really count Lady of Legend as a proper rebuild, as it's basically just Mainly Hall. Lady of Legend is basically just Mainly Hall converted into a Great Western Saint. So while it is a Great Western Saint, Lady of Legend is absolutely a Great Western Saint. I'm not denying that at all, but I don't really consider it a new build because it was just converted from an already existing locomotive. Betton Grange and Beachy Head, meanwhile, were constructed out of parts cut both from new metal and parts scrounged from various other steam locomotives. Welcome back, Sin. Oh, you're going. Oh, you mean train guy? Are you talking to train guy, Sin? So yeah, as I was saying, Beachy Head and Betton Grange, meanwhile, use parts cut completely from new metal or parts salvaged from other locomotives. Spawn from a hyperstar? Oh, no way! Oh, that is awesome. So yeah, many of them are replicas. I don't really consider Beachy Head a replica as well. I just see it more as Beachy Head 2, especially since the original Beachy Head no longer exists. Nah, this stream's going to go for another half an hour. Partly because I've had so much to talk about tonight, but partly because of the issues we've been having. Yeah, Beachy Head, Betton Grange, they're both brand new locomotives, while Mainly Hall's just a conversion. Peppercorn A1 Tornado uses basically all new parts. Still in the microphone for me? No. Still in the background for me? Yeah, Beachy Head. Oh yes, a brand new double fairley was built as well to replace Earl of Merioneth, reusing the name of a double fairley withdrawn in 1928. Replica locomotives. Corriswell Hughes Falcon. Yeah, many narrow gauge engines have been built in this country, but it's like the standard gauge ones. Steam into History 440 York. Although not based on a specific locomotive, aside from the looks of American steam locomotives in the 19th century, still considered a new built. Central Pacific Leviathan competed in 2009. Let's see next time. South Australian Railways, Class Z. There's so many other new build projects. Currently under construction. There's so many new build projects currently in progress in this country. 4551, The Unknown Warrior, this one. The Unknown Warrior. Drawn by November 1962. All the Patriot class engines were scrapped. First replacement driving wheels cast. Lovely. Oh yeah, and how can we forget about the Pennsylvania Railroad duplex number 550? Also under construction. Expected to be finished by 2030. Locomotive is almost 60% complete. Wow. They hope to break the the steam world speed record with 5550. Being claimed that a locomotive capable at speeds in excess of 140 miles an hour with lighter trains or 6-going cars. The T&O design capable of achieving this feat. Oh my god, if this engine does succeed in taking the record, the steam speed record away from Mallard, I will be both delighted and pissed. Delighted that it's been proved that steam locomotives are capable of going faster than 126 miles an hour, but pissed at the fact that the Yanks snatched away our speed record. Class V4 Highlander. And they are Class V4. This will be their next project, the Class V4 Highlander, after Prince of Wales is complete. This will be the A1 Steam Trust next project. Parts for the engine have already been acquired. Interesting. Boomer Class 222 replica. Never finished. Why was it never finished? The 5th class. What was the 5th class? Prince Charles project. Under construction. Which only one example? Making good this gap. The new George. Very nice. Oh shit, hang on. Wow. New B-17 Spirit of Sandringham is also under construction. Built as the next member of the class, similar to Tornado. Construction to continue. This will be interesting to see. Class M17 new build. Brand new county class. Another county. Oh, and a night owl as well. Is everyone still there? The 4700 night owls, which are basically large versions of the castles. The new builds under construction with the boiler from Shrewsbury from a boiler. Great Western Society, 479, the next locomotive in the sequence. New parts and others recycled from Exbury scrapyard locomotives. 6 of the 8 driving wheels and the frame extension. Cutter machine in 2012. Hang on. Chat's gone a bit dead. '61 views, lovely. overnight food trains in the 1920s. Part of me feels like donating to the Night Owl Project. Night Owl could steam by 2024. Nah, well that clearly didn't happen. Group acquires Thornbury Castle boiler. Here's the new Night Owl under construction. Designed by George Jackson Churchwood. It's an enlarged version of his Night Owls. Look, there's one of the Night Owls awaiting the cutter's torch. Could have easily been saved. Oh my goodness. So many that could have been saved. Oh shit, hang on. Is everyone still there? Chat's gone dead. Our Neon's back. Lovely. We're just talking about some of the old, some of the steam locomotives. A Night Owl crossing Who Junction. No, okay, so that crossing Who Junction. Oh, that's a good one. The fact the boiler from Thornbury Castle is being used for this new Night Owl is something which a lot of die-hard Great Western fans aren't keen on. But if it means we get a new one of these lovely these lovely engines, then so be it. Night Owl crossing Who Junction. Ida the Night Owl. Who's Ida? Ah, from the Owl House. What am I doing? So yeah, Neon and Jacob, we were just talking about some of the other new build projects currently under construction. When Electro returns, as I said, we'll talk about Beachy Head, as that was the one me and him travel behind. Junie Chan is in charge of the new Night Owl. Junie Chan in charge of the new Night Owl project. Oh my god. Hilarious. Volunteer to shovel coal. Jesus. Oh yeah, the HSTs are being retired today. The Great Western ones are being retired. Great Western Castle ones are being retired today. Sad. Don't worry, Neon. Don't worry about it. He's got them on the list. He's got them on the list. Current last original class member. Oh, I've remembered what else I was going to say about in terms of modern day steam locomotive service. Guys, did you know that there are these events in Germany called Plandampfs, which translates to scheduled steam? That's German for scheduled steam, and Dampflok is the German word for steam locomotive. Spyro will just put it in the chat so you guys know how to spell it. Thank you, Spyro. That's how you say Dampflok. That's how you say steam locomotive in German. And the way it works... So Plandampf events are these events where steam locomotives, for like one weekend, a particular weekend in a certain region of Germany, they basically pull both passenger and freight trains that would, for Deutsche Bahn, that would normally be run by diesel and electric locomotives and multiple units, but just for that weekend are temporarily, steam locomotives are temporarily used on those passenger and freight trains instead. And basically, German railway enthusiasts basically crowdfund the running costs required to enable those steam locomotives to run for that weekend. And if enough money is raised, then the steam locomotive they're raising the money for can participate in the Plandampfs and pull those regularly scheduled regularly scheduled passenger or freight trains that would normally be worked by modern day traction. I just said what it was, Neon. Dampflok is the German word for steam locomotive. Sheep caught in the downpour. Dampflok. I see. No, it's fine. Don't retract that message, Neil. That was funny. So these scheduled steam events are called Plandampfs. Don't worry, Neon. So yeah, the trains that run... There was a Plandampf event held on the weekend of the 11th to the 12th of October. That happened to be the weekend when I did my mainline steam rail tour, which was fitting, in the Rhineland-Pfalz region of Germany. Steam trains replacing the normal, with steam locomotives replacing what would normally be diesel and electric trains in the Rhineland-Pfalz region of Germany. And this event was to celebrate 150 years of railway lines in the area. 2 locals for paying photographers, running regular, everyday scheduled revenue earning trains. So the 10th of October is 2 locomotives, paying photographers, running regularly scheduled trains, both passenger and freight. So yes, these very trains you're seeing right now are normal trains, are normal everyday trains that would normally be run by diesel or electric locomotives or multiple units for passenger trains, but are instead just for the weekend of the 11th and 12th of October were hauled by steam locomotives. You A sheep. More N-Wagon coaches. We saw these earlier in the stream. You still there, Jacob? Look how fast it's going. Actually, guys, we're going to keep going till 11:45, and then that 15 minutes before midnight, and then I must get to sleep. Look how fast it's going along there. What time is it now? 20 past. Go for another 25 minutes, then end. So the steam this train would normally be worked by a modern steam locomotive, by a modern locomotive, but not anymore. Here we've got to bringing wagons to the quarry at Ramilsbach. Sounds a bit Welsh. You still there, Neon? BR-58 locomotives clearly have 3 cylinders. Oh yeah, some of these even run on... Some steam locomotives, even on rare occasions, run outside of planned damp events like this one.
Sonst war der Fahrplan mit Sicherheit.
This one's pulling a load of sleepers and rails pulling a load of new rails, and this steam locomotive is pulling a load of new rails that are genuinely going to be used on a brand new, on a track replacement, on a section of track being replaced. And a steam locomotive delivering these new track pieces. This isn't a photography thing or anything. This is a practical run with a steam locomotive being delivering these. Hang on, this is copyrighted. I don't know. Oh, and Tornado even did its own little planned damp back in 2017 to celebrate the reopening of the Settle Carlisle line. Here we see Tornado running what would normally be a regularly scheduled train service used by a class 1 that would normally class 158s would run over the Settle and Carlisle line, but here Tornado is seen running regularly scheduled services between Skipton and Appleby to celebrate the reopening of the Settle and Carlisle line. car 67 even needed if Tornado could easily run round? This planned damp event ran from the 14th to the 16th of February. Normal ticket. Oh, you're still there, Neon. This is Tornado running a planned damp event to celebrate the reopening of the Settle and Carlisle line after it was severed north of Appleby as a result of a landslip. Plus 158 there. And there's Tornado running the planned damp. Actual regularly scheduled service. A little far from home, yeah, they're Anglian ones. But yes, this was the first time in like over 50 years, this was the first time in nearly 50 years that a steam haul train where regular national rail tickets were valid on ran on British Railway on the British national network. This must have been an amazing day for many people. The 2018 timetable change, I know that was a massive disaster, particularly around the Manchester area. The biggest disaster came around the Manchester area. Here's that same planned damp event. See, it's not just in Germany that planned damp events happen. It's in other countries as well. Interesting demo. Oh, this one's also got a diesel on the back. Northern was screwed. Yes, they were indeed. Should have gotten Tornado. I would have fixed it. Back in 2000. Yes. Purely for this weekend only a couple months ago, steam locomotives were indeed running in revenues earning service in place of modern diesel and electric trains. For that weekend only. 58 class have got good acceleration, which is needed for which you'd expect with an engine with 10 driving wheels. West Coast Railway stepped in to cover for a lot of northern services. Actually, I think it was direct rail services that stepped in. They provided some Class 37s and Mark II coaches and DVTs to run loco haul push-pull trains on the Cumbrian coastline. It'd be incredible to do a planned damp again. These planned damp events aren't regular though. The regular events are the Polish steam trains out of Wolsztyn are the only ones that are still regularly running, and ones where the local National Railway operators' tickets are still valid on. Those Germans and their tricks, indeed. Fast acceleration and all. This one seems to have fast acceleration as well. Again, pulling another rake of N-Wagon coaches. N-Wagen. N-Wagen. Oh, is Jacob still there? N-Wagen. 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 Here's the class 23 again. N-Wagen. A few going to the Baron first area? Yeah, perhaps they did. Perhaps they did, actually. Oh, now that is a nice sound. That is amazing shuffling. Not really, Damo. Fuck. Mostly diesel, I know. Horse called Jen Hayden. N-Wagen. Here we are, scheduled trains operated by steam locomotives. Small time organised by Oom Valley Oom Railway enthusiasts. Flip to the plan notes. Scheduled regional train and a ballast train. So as I said, this regional train would normally be worked by a DNU. Horsey horse!
Das war die 8 und 5 Freunde, die regionale Abzug.
Here we got calling a ballast train as well. Ihr kleiner Wundscheißer! Sorry.
Mittlerweile ist 23:058 auf dem Rückweg nach Kaiserslautern.
That is awesome stuff.
Aufgrund der straffen Fahrzeiten verfolgen wir die Regionalbahn nicht in Richtung
Ballast train.
Ein Arbeitstier mit einer Leistung von 1540 indizierte Pferdestärken und einer Höchstgeschwindigkeit von 65 km.
That's a good shot.
Diesen kleinen.
Now that is a nice sound. The 58 class steam locomotives, they're clearly 3-cylinder engines. I can hear the 6 exhaust beat. Dumule. Still there, Neon? Here's another planned damp event. Oh, wait, no. We won't watch that. Here's another planned damp near Megenhain. The very same place. The very same place where Tornado and Prince of Wales's boilers were built. Another regularly scheduled service being hauled by that would normally be hauled by a diesel or electric locomotive, but instead, just on that day, being hauled by a steam locomotive. This was back in September, it seems. So yeah, these planned damp events are fairly regular, but not that regular. Not as regular as the regional scheduled services out of Walston. Black and red paint on steam engines? Yes, it is neat, actually, Neon. Yes, the black and red livery of German and Polish steam locomotives works so well. Especially the wheels. Oh yeah, this is definitely the wheels. Yeah, it's a color scheme that works so well. Yes, I know, the red wheels as well. Yeah, black with red wheels does work really well. Oh yeah, there's several narrow gauge railways in Germany as well, where steam locomotives aren't purely in heritage use, but rather proper planned steam use, proper scheduled revenue earning service on some narrow gauge railways, as opposed to just being tourist or heritage trains. Another class of Green slot there. Dampflok Star. Not sure if that's an actual scheduled service or a rail tour. See, there's a difference between a genuinely scheduled service and a rail tour. Figured I'd just go for as long as possible tonight, Stan, seeing as A, I have a lot to say tonight, and B, because of to make up for the technical difficulties we had earlier. Yes. Oh, you went to the service premiere, I see. How are you still, Stan? We're just talking about those German planned damp events I told you about, Stan, earlier today. Ah, Jacob's back, lovely. Yeah, Stan and Jacob were talking about the German planned damp steam locomotive events, where where enthusiasts pay for the running costs for steam locomotives and heritage rolling stock to take the place of heritage coaches to take the place of both passenger and freight trains with Deutsche Bahn that would normally be worked by diesel or electric locomotives. So genuinely scheduled trains, but run by steam locomotives just for a single weekend or a few days. Oh dear, yeah, that's just a habitual thing, Levco. Yeah, what do you think of this idea, Jacob? Steam locomotives running in place of diesel and electric trains on scheduled revenue services just for like a single weekend. Can you be fast and sexy? Probably. Neon seems to like the idea. Even the Settle and Carlisle line had its own planned damp. Jacob. To celebrate the reopening of the line north of Appleby after the landslide back in 2016. Another passenger train running here. DB Class 23 hauling N-Wagon coaches. Well, that's exactly what happens in Germany sometimes nowadays, Jacob. Steam taking the place of modern trains just for a single weekend. And Deutsche Bahn tickets are indeed still valid on these trains, so it technically counts as steam locomotives being used in genuine revenue-earning service. This is a planned damp event, Jacob, that was held a couple months ago, back in October, to celebrate 150 years of the railways in this particular region of Germany. Yeah, it is planned damp. Yeah, that's how you spell it, planned damp. Wagons or wagons? I don't know. Still there, Neon? Jacob's back. N-Wagen. Okay, it looks like Electro's gone to sleep. The normal service trains being used as well. Landau Hauptbahnhof. Walked all the way over here to get a good shot of it, meaning Thunder is unlike any I've ever seen. Yeah, I know. Very thin coal bunker, massive tank underneath. The DB Class 52, the Class 52s have a very strange tender shape as well, almost U shape underneath it. Their water tank is almost like a U shape. Little DMU in comparison. Very small in comparison indeed. Pales in comparison? Well, yes. In an ideal world, steam, diesel, and electric trains would all still be working together in harmony. Having a rake of 4 N-Wagon coaches. N-Wagen. That's probably because they're just grey coaches, Neon. If they were painted in a more interesting livery, I'm sure you'd like these N-Wagons a lot more. Very common coaches in Germany, these. In fact, N-Wagons are still used on proper regional trains in Germany today. On push-pull, electrically operated regional trains in Germany. This little diesel here, pulling the steam locomotive back. Push-pull formation. Maroon will do. Yeah, it will indeed. I think some of these N-Wagons have been painted in maroon before. Holf Express in Landau. Ausfahrt Landau. I think this was the event being held on, where just two of them were running on the 10th. Enthusiast charter specials that were just running on the 10th. The full planned DAMP event kicked off on the 11th and ran from October and ran through to the 12th. This was just an enthusiast charter planned DAMP that was held the previous day on the 10th. Oh god damn, I know. Yeah, let's just try to ignore AI, alright guys? Stand back, train approaching. This would be a planned DAMP event on my local railway line would be a bit like me going down to the railway station, getting a ticket and expecting to hop on an Electrostar, but then as I stand there, a Southern Railway Schools class pulls in, hauling a rake of Maudsley Mark 1, hauling a rake of Maudsley coaches behind it. Don't worry, Neon. That would be an amazing surprise for me, like in proper revenue service. Right away! Expecting a 375 and then suddenly a schools cars pulls up unexpectedly, and there it is, my National Railway ticket, my standard National Railway ticket is valid on it, and it's there ready to take me to London. That would be amazing. Oh. Ending rate recently, 6 hours 7 a.m. my time. You're under no obligation to stay at these live streams all the way to the end, Levco. You can just leave as soon as you get tired. You're under no obligation to stay. You can just leave as soon as you get tired. Oh, I've just noticed that the Class 58's tender, its wheels are offset. They're not, like, evenly spaced. How have I only just... Strange, how have I only just noticed that? Well, it's now 10 to midnight, guys. I'm really getting tired now. Definitely time for me to head up and get some sleep now. It's been an extremely fun stream tonight, guys. Like to watch till it ends? Well, that's alright. Well, guys, I'm just going... Definitely time for me to end now. I'm really tired now. Definitely time for me to get to sleep. As I said, Neon, tonight we had some technical difficulties earlier, and that, plus I had lots to say tonight, so that's the reason it's gone on so long. But anyway, yes, guys, definitely time for me to go to bed now. It's almost midnight now. I'm really tired. But yeah, definitely time for me to rest. It's been a very, very fun stream tonight, talking about steam locomotives that are still thriving in proper revenue service and being built in the 21st century. I hope it carries on, it stays that way, and maybe even steam locomotives could make a renaissance at some point in the future, and then hopefully it stays that way till the end of time. So, long live the age of steam is what I say. The age of steam never really ended. Most trains may be now diesels or electrics, but in my opinion, the steam age has never really ended. So long live the age of steam. Thank you, Neon. Just going, long live the age of steam. Hopefully it will. I hope so too, Neon. So thank you all so much for watching tonight's stream. I hope you've all enjoyed yourselves tonight as much as I had. Definitely this has been one of the most fun streams I've done in a while. It's just a shame Odd wasn't here. And it's a shame Electro didn't come back so I could show him Beachy Head again. Remind him of the new build steam engine me and him travel behind, but oh well. And it would have been nice to see Odd here as well, but oh well. And I would have preferred not to have the technical difficulties tonight, but again, oh well. Yes, the age of steam will stay hopefully until the end of time, Damo. So thank you all so much for watching tonight's stream, guys. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves as much as I had. Hope you all had as much fun as I've had tonight. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Hype this stream if you can. Go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Check out my eBay profile. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone. Good night.